Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So I came in on the tail end of that. So weather sticks are a hit.
Weather sticks are a hit. We're deciding who gets to be the weather witch.
I know Rob was talking about dinner. Did he like?
He said he'd be like 5
give a time
minutes.
frame? Okay.
Hang on, what'd he say?
Totally fine.
5 or 10 late, trying to finish up cooking dinner.
You know, I actually scrolled back without looking at the screen like it was going to be way back in the scroll, and it's actually on my screen staring at me.
Right? Like you're like, oh, where is it? Scrolling up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I know he said something.
Mm-hmm.
Was it yesterday? 2 days ago?
Oh, the chat.
I never sign out of Discord.
Neither do I. I use it for so much.
It's on like every computer I have and on my phone. So...
And I learned something new today. Discord for phone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I can ship post on the go. Let's open up my player's handbook. Let's get to cleric with a C. Hey, I have a question for our Lord and Savior, Mr. GM. Could we be like, I don't know, like level 17 for this session?
It's an oddly specific level.
I get an ability at level 17 that seems kind of cool, so I'd like to try it. Also, all of the other abilities that I'd get in between level 3 and level 17 are pretty cool. So, I mean, I guess I'll settle for 18 if you want to do that too.
Well, when in doubt, negotiate up.
Exactly.
Wait, what's at 17 for you? I don't have a PHB in front of me.
I get the ability to call up visions of the past that relate to an object or my immediate surroundings. I receive dreamlike, shadowy glimpses of recent events, either by holding an object or like being in an area. Seems kind of cool. Also, I get 9th level spells. Those are pretty good, I hear.
Nah, 9th, nah.
Yeah, they took out Miracle in 5e, so I guess, yeah, why even bother? Miracle was like the divine version of Wish. Well, I mean, I might as well not get anything, right? Just multi-class to fighter the rest of the way.
Nah, go barbarian.
You're right. That fits Felon's character a lot more.
It does. You just pick stuff up, put it in your mouth, and now you bite down instead of just tasting it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we can take care of a couple of little things mechanically while waiting for Cloud. I'm assuming you guys did spend I suppose technically we haven't spent time at the inn yet, but for the sake of identifying things and getting some knowledge about things that you guys have individually, more than happy to just retcon that. All of your, I did make trinkets. I know that the pictures showed up. Did the text also show up?
For our trinkets?
Yeah.
Yes. I think I can see everyone's picture and text if that was the idea.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't like when you guys first said that you could see them, I thought you would only see the pictures, so I just flagged it as everyone and called it a day. But I guess you guys could look at each other's stuff.
As a DM, I usually let everybody see everything. Like, not like stuff, obviously, they're not supposed to, but like handouts and general things everyone can see.
They're looking at my stuff.
Something that Briseis would definitely have done is ask Dwayne whether he thinks that the robes, at least what they look like, if it was meant to be insulting or if he just doesn't get it. Just color wise, they're pretty Twilight as opposed to Dawn.
No, dear, the outfit suits you. It may not suit your face, your faith. It suits you.
I don't understand.
Lord Dwayne, you just get Aiden, man.
We're like Locke.
What was that?
No, we're like Locke. Aiden and I. We're in step. We know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, he will explain to you that the robes are fashioned to look good on you. Your accessories express your faith. I'm certain that a vibrant orange sunburst will show up wonderfully on this beautiful purple and blue background. You do realize the color of the night sky before the dawn. It is a lovely purple and blue. Then the sunburst rises on it. That will be the field upon which your sunburst displays.
That is very true.
Can't believe that worked.
She's confused and naive in very different ways. Felon is. They're. She doesn't have the hermit background, but pretty close.
Oh, and sword. Since we've had puzzling about the sword, and I'm assuming there's going to be more stuff cast on it. Generic +1. I should just make a handout. I'm just going to make a handout.
I think you did say at one point sword. We did the sword. Unless there was a second sword.
No, there was the berserk sword that's now a +1 with a glowy hilt.
Yes,
One of the curiosities I
something
wanted
about
to
it, like it glows.
I think only when you hold it, though. One of my curiosities was to see if we could ask Braj where he got the sword, because I think he said it was given to him, but I sort of don't remember 100%.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me type up the sword, and then I'll respond to that.
Cool.
They shouldn't call that phantasmal force. They should call it wall of text.
Ayo.
Huzzah. Okay. Handout is up for the sword.
Ooh.
I don't have a pretty picture.
Life sword. Oh my goodness, you weren't kidding about that fucking phantasmal force. Holy shit.
It is literal wall of text.
Yeah, like, I think it barely fits on one screen, like just barely.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
Pading.
Sorry about that. Get onto the roll20.nets.
Okay, and that makes 4.
Oh, are we still missing someone?
No, I'm 4. I'm sorry. That makes 4 players.
Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah, no, there's 4 of us. What am I thinking?
All right. So let's go over last session.
There was orcs.
Yep, accurate.
Very accurate.
They were not
Sorry.
happy.
Sorry, I was looking through the chat and little full. So we had our grieving widow, who you guys paid a ridiculous sum of money to.
It made the kitty happy.
It did. Yeah, I distinctly remember Cloud being very emotionally drawn and supportive. And then we talked to the mayor about Bredge, which was very, very succinct. Yeah, mayor's all about his town and all about his people. And you brought to the attention the crazy king of the guard coming, leader of the guard coming back. Who exactly? Who was talking to the mayor? Was it mostly Dwayne?
Mostly Dwell.
Joel tends to do most of the talking. When we're trying to be civil, I guess.
And Felon does most of our non-civil talking, but that's coming up in a little bit here. And then you were invited to the house of Lord Shiny Pants? I don't know why we always go with pants.
Because he wears nice pants.
It was chiseled abs at one point.
Yeah, also,
There was a few dreamy eyes in there as well.
Dreamy eyes, strong jaw, I think.
Honestly, I preferred the McBedroom eyes.
With a suitably well-mannered greet and meet, where you guys told him the tale of what happened in the mines, and then he compensated you guys, and then he wanted you to do something that he'd compensate you more for, and he gave you a bunch of gifts. And then he and Dwayne went upstairs for some miscellaneous amount of time. While Felon saw to Rebecca's injuries with a nice heaping of guilt. And then you guys investigated over to the drop point where Doyle almost got axed in the face right off the bat. what do you guys remember of that fight?
And then I did get axed in the face.
There was lots of entanglement.
Yeah, there was a lot of not moving from that area and getting arrowed at, and Dwayne was bouncing flaming spheres off people for pretty much the majority of the fight.
Briseis was smacking at people. She was too far away to heal.
Yeah, and I rapidly took down one of the orcs, and then got dropped myself with like a 14-point hit, and spent the rest of the fight trying not to die.
Crits are harsh.
Our cat is a little bit of a glass cannon.
I don't think it was even a crit. I think it was just because it was a great axe. I think I just got ruined by it. Yeah, well, the glass cannon thing was my own fault for not taking average hit points and only rolling a 1 when I leveled up. So that was my fault.
Phelan was a bit of a tank throughout and did a nice command runaway of the guys that were attempting to finish off
It did happen.
Cloud. Absolutely.
Before I forget, I do want to say that I switched out spells because I noticed the spell I picked, because I did this at like stupid o'clock in the morning, was actually a level 3 spell. So I switched that out. I don't know if you actually look at our sheets or not. But I can't cast that spell that I had. And I didn't want to accidentally do that. But she now has Prayer of Healing, so she could heal all y'all if need be at once. Which would have been helpful last time if I noticed I made that mistake.
What kind of healing does that do since it's a mass thing?
I think up to 6. She could heal up to 6 people that she can see.
It's like 2d8, but it's a slow cast. I think it's a 10-minute cast.
Yeah, I think. Which would not, in battle, not really the best. Curve healing. Yeah, 10 minutes. But
Fair enough, but that'll be good to keep us from having to burn all of our hit dice during downtime.
yes. But yeah, I had why can't I remember it? The one that summons little guardian things, but it was like 1 level too high. It was like a level 3 spell and I didn't notice. Spirit Guardians. There we go.
And you guys did narrowly escape that combat. I remember down to the last orc.
It was a bit rough.
And then you guys took your time and interrogated an orc who was relentless about not discussing what he was doing, where he came from. And Felon was also relentless in trying to get out that information.
And you cast Zone of Truth.
Yeah, that was the relentless part.
Yep,
Yeah.
that was it.
That's definitely the most hardcore thing you did in that.
Absolutely.
And then we got to see that Felon would definitely push. I mean, we didn't see that with Kobold, so very interesting.
I feel like you're implying something, and I have no idea what it could be.
I will say he went straight for the candle with the kobolds. He hit him where it hurt.
I did. Felon's pretty hardcore.
It's like going for their children.
Yeah, how many books did he read on interrogation back in Candlekeep? Yeesh.
Look, I can gain
see
proficiency in a skill or anything whenever I want. So, I read a lot of books on interrogation, and I remembered them.
I could see Felon like being one of those people that are just like really into like serial killers in forensics.
It's just a hobby.
And as you guys were, huddling all around Cloud and making sure that he wasn't dead, and interrogating this orc, Dwayne hopped around some bodies and looked for important things. just in time as the sounds of your previous battle drew the attention of some orcs, which you guys booked it out of, and Cloud played one of their drums and realized that it makes really loud noises. Also, if that's one of the other things they got identified, that's what that drum does. It amplifies its noise.
Did we end up identifying the other stuff, or was it? Or I don't remember if we actually got that done last week or not.
I retcon ID'd it. It's all of the things are publicly available for you guys.
Okay, so we actually know what they are now.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
And then you guys arrived back in town. Hurried, injured. And then I remember a lot of conflicting opinions about what to do next.
Well, we still needed to write letters. Did we do that last week? Because we were Felon. I think Felon was gonna write letters for the widow.
Oh, right. To send to the family, or
Yeah, I think it was family.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys came back into town mid-afternoon.
Briseis was worried about leaving because they were going to. Because it felt like Lord Dreamy Eyes was trying to get them quickly out. She felt like that he was trying to push them out really quickly, and she was just worried about well, there's orcs all over the place. We can't just leave this town. And Dwayne was like, well.
Briseis, dear, the orcs are after the people who are discovering what's going on. Staying in town makes the town a target. If we leave, we are the target. We draw the orcs away from town. We're putting less people at risk. Baldur's Gate is a much larger city, and their guard force is much more capable of handling any incursions by the orcs.
Do we really know that's what's going on?
this is also, of course, assuming they know we're not in town.
Oh, they've already killed quite a few on the road north. I'm certain their scouts will have eyes on us. Though, what does this letter we've obtained from them say? Phelan, you seem to have... Were you drawing these same letters on that orc as we left?
Well, similar letters, not these exact ones.
All right.
What? So yeah, I was able to identify or read the thing.
No, that didn't go through. Hold on. Oh yeah, no, it's split. I tried to whisper the whole thing so I could have you read it in broken translation orc.
That happened to me before too. I don't know what caused.
Is there like a character limit on messages? That's weird.
I don't know.
All right. So I posted it as a handout. Felon, if you want to,
I'd love to. Felon would take out his or unroll the scroll, cough, and go, and he'll say, "This is a little rough, but I should be able to get it." And then he'll start reading, and he'll say, "But take heed, not all is lost. The one with the vision of fire shall guide us to new life. We shall travel to where the sea of swords meets senseless murder and give it purpose. We will give the lambent plague to the lower races, and they will spread the curse. That which is not whole will shatter, bringing the war to stave off the gods' wrath." Well, that sounds troubling.
Where the Sea of Swords meets.
Okay, so let's parse this. One with the vision of fire. I think that's Shiny Eyes.
That seems logical.
Travel where the Sea of Swords meets senseless murder. See, I don't know what that means. That's what. Would Felon understand what the lambent plague is?
Give me a what would we use for languages?
I don't
I
know.
think I feel like that's
Straight up.
untrained intelligence.
Yeah, straight up intelligence.
Sure, I'll roll that. Bloop. That's pretty good. A 14.
You have the feeling that lambent might like it's the right word, but you don't know if you have the right like lambent. It feels like it's supposed to be an adjective, but it's more of a noun.
Okay, so like it's like Felon would think that it's like the translation, the regular meaning of the word lambent, not like, and like that's what they refer to it as, not it's like a proper noun where like that's the name. You know what I mean?
Well, Phelan, drawing on what we've noticed, if it's a plague of light to the lower races, there are not many races lower than the kobolds, and they are afflicting the iron with a plague of light, the candles.
That is true.
Though the senseless murder, that baffles me.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that means. But okay, so
Which is not whole shat. Well, the iron has been shattering because of that so-called plague.
okay, so here's what I think. This is my interpretation. We'll see what you guys think. So okay, so the one with the vision fire, Shiny Eyes. He's promising them new life, whatever that means. Let's skip that for a second. Where the Sea of Swords meets senseless murder, somewhere on the coast, who knows? The lambent plague. If we assume the lambent plague is the thing that the candles is spreading, they'll spread the curse. The curse being the thing afflicting the iron. So then, when they say that which is not whole will shatter, they're referring to the iron, and then it said bring the war to stave off the gods' wrath. So they're thinking that this iron plague will bring war. Would I know maybe an orc religion that like they have to be at war or else the gods get angry with them? Is that a thing maybe?
Not most orc gods?
Probably. But
Give me some religions.
I can do that.
Well,
Scientology. Mormonism.
Those are a little mainstream for me.
I listen to like a podcast with like weird fringe religious groups in it. I should like be way better at this.
Ignore the double click. I had an instinct problem.
I guess I could take a shot too, even though I'm not that familiar. Watch me with the untrained religion. Here we go. Yeah, about what I figured.
I mean, you didn't do much worse than me, and I have +5 to it.
Yeah. I'm like, well, I know what an orc is.
they probably worship something.
Yeah, I imagine they have gods. That's about it.
Yes, this Briseis Dwale, both of you are well knowledged about orc gods in the extent that both of you received your training. You know, Briseis, as a priestess of Lathander, you know that Gormash is violent. It's all about continuous war to stave off Grumesh. Doyle, you know that orcs believe that if they are not at war, their god Grumesh, Grumsh.
Grumpsh, as the audiobook.
You got to get the tusk into it.
Oh, one eye.
Yes.
Grumsh will be angered and just lay waste to the world. So you know that believers of this god can encourage and continuously fight to avoid their god's wrath.
So, Briseis, would it be reasonable that that which is not whole shattering may be a reference to the Sword Coast itself, to the countries or the city-states of Baldur's Gate and going to war over this lambent plague, the troubles with the iron, to appease Grumesh? Does that strike you as reasonable?
Certainly. Especially if, even if they might be trying to start wars between the countries, or just making it easier for them to come and lay waste to the entire Sword Coast.
So I would think this would then reinforce the need to open communications with Baldur's Gate as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this travel to where the Sea of Swords meets senseless murder, if that's a specific place they're referring to, or if they just mean the entirety of everything.
It may be this area. And Baldur's Gate certainly trade blood and murder, but not on a scale that I would think an orc would consider war. Cloud, as someone from outside this area, do you have any insight or outlook?
I mean, I'm not familiar with the comings and goings of these orcs. I'm out of character. I'm pretty sure. I would assume maybe they don't have them back where I'm from, but are we certain this is the correct location? The Sea of Swords. I've heard this. Isn't this called the Sword Coast? But is the Sea of Swords the name? What your people call this body of water?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Senseless murder.
I don't know the coast well enough to be able to say if there's a specific place they might be speaking of.
Nor do I.
Could I maybe roll a history check to see if any place along the coast might be associated with senseless murder, particularly relating to orcs?
Sure, you can make the most specific history check we've made in this entire campaign. Go right on ahead and do that.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's a 19. I'll take that. Maybe.
You do know that there have been multiple wars or small battles all up and down the Sword Coast.
Right.
They vary in different reasons, some for money, some caused by, like one person being crazy and deciding that they wanted to wipe out an entire town.
Okay.
Most of them, from your readings, strike you as nonsensical.
One has to wonder what as violent a race as these orcs would consider to be senseless murder.
Interesting.
Is there a place along the coast that has a name that could translate that way?
It's an interesting thought. Can we think of any?
We might need to find a map.
Let's go to Lord Sexy Pants' house. Just to borrow a map.
Well, we will be departing in the morning, and you do have access to a book.
That's true. I didn't take a book. I could ask for an atlas. Oh, Dwayla. Good point.
And it does seem a useful book to have with us.
All books are useful, Dwayla.
Likely to be more immediately useful book.
Knowledge is never wasted, Dwayla.
I have some fools you should speak with.
Okay, we'll add that to the to-do list. Get atlas. In fact, why don't we go do it right now? Or I'll go. I mean, you don't really need to go. I know you're all very busy and important. Some more than others. No offense, Dwayne.
I'm sure Rebecca would be happy to fetch you the book quickly in the morning. But if you'd like to go now, let us send a runner ahead to make sure they are ready to receive you.
No, it's okay. I can run pretty fast. It won't be a problem.
If you get turned away, please attempt to take it with some dignity.
Are you? Do you mean to imply that sometimes I'm not dignified?
I don't think that was an implication. I believe that was a statement.
Fair enough. And Felon turns around and walks off towards Lord Nice Shoulders' house.
We're just going to go over something different each and every time.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's what I've been doing.
Fair enough.
So as you, I mean, I'm assuming you guys are kind of having like the little short meeting in the inn here before you guys are trying to figure out what you're doing for the day.
Yeah,
makes
basically, I
sense.
think.
So you guys just came back into town. You sat down at a table for like 10 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
busted open a scroll, talked about it a little bit. Felon, as you're going to leave, the mayor actually approaches and looks at you and looks at all of you and says, "Is everyone okay? You're all bloodied. I just saw you leave town."
Oh, don't worry. It's not my blood.
As he says that, Cloud looks down at his own drying blood in his fur.
The orcs that we had mentioned to the north were laying in wait for us. We had the best of the encounter, but do caution any who would travel to travel in great numbers and stay close to the town.
Well, that's very close to town.
Yep.
Just an hour out.
By the river.
Interesting. Well, the river at least. We'll give them some pause.
The bridge over the river has fallen, so that will hopefully slow them down, at least somewhat, if they're planning on coming back this way. Are there any other bridges that you know of? I would maybe think of doing something similar.
No, nothing that would make it too convenient. But well, I mean, I'll send scouts and I will make sure that our town is safe. I'm not worried. We need to know in advance. As he's talking to Bryceus and Dwayne, Cloud, Incros, the barmaid, notices that you are kind of caked in your own blood, and she offers you like a wet towel.
Oh, that's very nice of her. Is there, if there's like any sort of like a, I don't know, private area to like clean up in, like a washroom or something?
And she points you and directs you so that you can.
I'll go and do my best to freshen up a bit, so I don't look like roadkill.
And what else do I? What else must I know? These orcs, if they're that close.
The orcs seem as though they were involved with the troubles at the mine and will likely be attempting to interfere with our investigations. We plan to depart for Baldur's Gate come the morning or shortly after. And at that time, I believe much of the attention of the orcs will be drawn away after us, unfortunately. But it should ease the strain on the town until we can deal with the matter.
Well, I mean, if your assumptions are true, then we will be safe. But I'm still, I will keep scouts, and if they're coming back for us, do you know anything of their numbers, their location, anything?
Beyond the party that we encountered was 6 or 7 in number, among them a shaman.
We heard others coming, but we don't know how many.
There were hundreds on the march when we arrived, as we mentioned to you some days ago, but how many have stayed, I do not know.
Well, that, while disheartening to hear that there's orcs, hundreds might be doable. He looks around and he looks at kind of the village. With the miners being relatively free, I can ask Lord Aiden if his guards can help protect if need be. As long as my men keep scouts. We've held off small bands before, and with more people, we can hold off larger ones.
We intend to do all in our power to hasten the end of these troubles and hopefully disperse the orcs, but it will take us some days simply to reach Baldur's Gate and then see what occurs there.
You've done so much already, and we appreciate that. And the people of Nashkel are hard. With help from the guards, I'm certain that we can hold off hundreds, or at least make it so that we are not an appealing target. This is, while bad news, is good news. To the north, you said?
Yes, to the north. Take the path this way, that way, this way, over the hill, down to the bridge. That's where we encountered them. We heard their drums slightly further to the north, and I believe to the east, though their drums have some trick about them, so it is hard to tell.
Well, then I'll send out scouts. Thank you. Please, if there's anything else I can do, if you need.
The only thing I can think of is we will be departing the area shortly. I do know, of course, that the arcane is contraband in this area. Should you have seized any such items, or know of any that would do well to be out of your country, I would be happy to take them with me as we journey north.
Well, we don't contain those items here. Anything of that sort, I always ship off south.
Yes, no, it would only be as if you had a shipment prepared that you wish to be rid of.
No, but anything else? I know the weapons have been breaking recently. but we can still supply that. Anything local, I ask the storekeep. He'll take care of whatever you need.
Excellent. Oh, that does remind me, Cloud, I did wish to ask you, fighting at range or distance, you have those darts. Is there anything else that you would wish it seemed something that would be useful for you to have?
Kind of wrinkles his brow a little, still like brushing out his fur, and says, to be honest, I've never really thought of it.
Maybe something to consider while we have items at our disposal.
Give a nod. And off I go to the player's handbook to poke around for a second.
Oh, okay. With that, I will be sending out scouts. Just please, if anything, let us know.
Of course.
With that, you see him walking off with two. He's unfurling a map of the region as he's walking away with his two scouts, going over like locations, areas.
Well, all right then. I guess Felon will continue on if there's nothing else immediate we need to do. Doing his thing.
If they're going to the general store, or shopkeep, Briseis is definitely going to see if there are any maps. At least of the Sword Coast.
All right, so we got Briseis map shopping. Felon, you're heading to Aiden's, or?
Yes.
Because he's going to get a book, but maybe something that travelers, not like cartographers, would use. You know what I mean? Just of location, like not so much like a detailed map, but like general like locations up the Sword Coast.
All right, so we've got Briseis in the general store. We've got Felon trying to get into Lord Aiden's house. We've got Cloud cleaning up.
Well, this Cloud was going to come too if you're interested in another weapon. She'll wait.
Yeah, I'll tag along.
Dwell's going to go tidy up, but Briseis, dear, while you're there, inquire if they do sell or know who may have potions of healing or draughts of health.
Of course.
Okay, what do we want to handle first? Let's do our store first.
Okay. Briseis and Cloud are heading off.
So, as you enter the general store, you see it's not basically it has anything that's not made out of metal. Against its walls, rope, traveling packs. Most of the stuff looks like it has a little bit of a layer of dust on it, but the floor is very open and wide with only a couple of shelves.
Briseis will head towards the shopkeep. Yeah, excuse me.
Okay. Hi. You're not a human.
No, sir, I'm not. I was wondering if you had any traveler's maps?
Well,
Of the Sword Coast specifically, maybe? Or if you would know where I could get one?
any kind of goes under his table. I don't usually keep them out because the dust gets on him and ruins the drink. And he's as you're talking, you notice that he's constantly chewing. As he puts the maps out on the table, you see a little bit of a drop of spittle drop onto the table next to one of the maps. Well, I've got most of the ARM maps. I mean, it tells you what roads to avoid and what roads are good, but I haven't gotten a new map in a couple of years.
Secretly, she's glad that Dwayne isn't here. He'd be quite uncomfortable with this man. Would you mind if I take a look at some of them?
Well, Missy, I mean, I know you're not accustomed to what we're doing here, but where I come from, if you look at this, isn't a library.
Well, I have to know which one. If I'm going to buy one, I have to know what to say.
Well, but of course. And he's unfurling the maps as he says this. And then most of them are maps of in the more southern regions. There is one map of the Sword Coast of the area north of Neshkel.
She's just looking for something that would maybe sound like the senseless murder, or might like if it's a place that has a name that just translated weird, that she's trying to see if there's something that might stand out for that.
As you look at this map, it's very much paths, and there's also a couple of shortcuts located on the maps, mostly to go to smaller villages that are to the west or east of the main path that you guys traveled on your way from the Friendly Arm in to Nashkel. While there are shortcuts on the roads, there's small towns listed along the way, Bergost, and there's a couple of crossings, a small village also on the way up to the north and to the east. You see pictures of houses, but there's no name attached to it. But otherwise, you do see a couple areas that are marked X. But other than that, it's a very plain map.
Yeah, she understands that much. I have a very strange question to ask. First of all, do you know the area well?
Born and bred. Born and bred for Nashkel.
Okay, so this is going to sound strange. I notice a lot of these places aren't labeled, which is, I understand is fairly common in maps like this. But would you happen to know if there's a place, maybe not labeled on any of these maps, that maybe have a name or be known for senseless murder?
Well, I can't say. I've never had to. No. Sorry, I don't leave this town much. I mostly just make sure everybody has what they need. Honestly, I can't think of the last person that would have been out of this town in a long time. Maybe the scouts. The mayor was out and about back in his day, but he's been here for quite a while now.
I understand. It's fantastic to have a place like this that you can call home.
He brightens up as you say this. Yeah, I just think so too, and everybody says, they don't get it, and they would want to leave, and I'm just,
Home is home. It doesn't matter where that is, if it's your home.
Home is home. And he kind of like it. You look at him, and he's kind of got like a yes face on.
You smile. She'll just smile at him. It's like, thank you for your help. I'm sorry if it was a bother.
Oh, none at all, miss.
Oh, and I don't know if you do or if you know of someone around here that does. Either sells or can make potions, specifically like medicinal healing ones.
It's a bit outside my expertise, but I do know Nayland has some for emergencies.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, anytime. As you're leaving, he's still chewing, and then he kind of spits into a can as soon as you turn your back.
Ew. Did Cloud want to get anything?
No, I just while this whole conversation was happening, I was just perusing the aisles, kind of seeing if anything catches my eye, anything interesting. Not really looking for weaponry so much. It's more of a general store anyway.
Yeah, it's a general store. Nothing super pops out. For reference, if you guys want to purchase things at this point in time before you leave, Player's Handbook costs.
No. Unless unless there's somewhere else Cloud wants to check out.
No, I'm good.
Head back to Dwale and inform him of the potion situation. I would not feel comfortable taking even trying to buy potions from a temple.
Well, if you're not comfortable, we certainly won't press the matter.
All right. So that leaves our store. Sean, you were going to Lord Aiden Fancy Pants' house.
Yes, I am.
All right. Felon, as you approach, there's no real noise coming from the house.
Okay. Okay, I'll go up and knock politely then.
As you knock politely, you're greeted by a big, rather bulky and large, burly man. Says, "Yes."
Hi. I'm here to pick up a book that Lord Aiden had promised me.
What's his name?
Of the book or of the Lord Aiden? Or my name?
Your name, sir.
Felon.
As you say this, he kind of shuts the door a little bit. It looks like he's looking at the back of it.
Mm-hmm.
One book. All right. You may come with me.
Okay.
I will show you where, and we will pick out book together.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's like that, is it?
I see how it's going to be. What's your name, big fella?
Job.
Job. That's a nice, solid name. What do you do here, Job?
I greet guests.
Really? You must be pretty new.
I'm very friendly, Lord Aiden said.
Lord Aiden is correct. You are quite friendly.
Thank you.
Yeah, where'd he pick you up at?
Right this way, please.
Okay, now answer the question. Understandable.
I came with him.
Really? What have you been doing? I've been over to Lord Aiden's house several times. I've never seen you.
I do what he needs. As he's ushering you into the library.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'm just here. Just got to pick out a book. I'm looking for an atlas. So, can you read, Job?
As you start looking around in the room, Job stands motionless with his arms crossed.
All right. Well, great conversation, that's for sure. I look through the stacks of book for an atlas of the Sword Coast.
As you say, as you mumble, great conversation, that's for sure. He says, "Thank you."
Yeah. Keep up the good work. And I look through.
There's an atlas.
Okay.
Specifically, it is of the entirety of the Sword Coast.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very thick book.
Excellent. I like thick books. All right. I pull it out, I knock on the cover, and I'm like, is this one all right, Job?
One book is one book.
Yeah, well, it's you're good with numbers. Can't fault you for that. And I put it under my arm.
Book is good book. Big book. This way.
Yep. You know what they say, the bigger the book, the better the book. Just
Yes,
don't
yes.
tell Hemingway that.
Hemingway?
Job,
As
I
he's-
didn't. Okay, fair enough, Job. I didn't expect you to appreciate the literary humor.
Not here for funny. Here because I'm nice. As he's ushering you out the front door.
That's for sure, Job. Tell Lord Aiden you did a great job. Send along my compliments. Thank him for the book for me.
Will do.
Well, by the way, just one question. Where is Lord Aiden at the moment, if you don't mind me asking?
Lord shopping.
Oh, where is he shopping? I love shopping.
Don't know. Like he kind of looks puzzled why you're asking, as opposed to.
All right. Well,
He went out with with mistress, with not mistress,
Mistress? Oh,
head,
job.
no, miss the, like he's trying to come out with the word for head servant.
Oh, is that Rebecca?
Rebecca, yes.
Oh, okay. I see. I understand. All right. Well, job. Give Lord Aiden my regards. Keep up the good work. And
Thank
I
you.
give him a pat on the shoulder, and I turn around and walk away with my book tucked under my arm. I guess I'll put it in my bag, but yeah. With my prize.
Okay. So are you guys? That's the store. That's the book. You guys are convening at the inn.
Yeah. I mean, Felon needed to write those letters for what's her face, but we should probably meet at the end first, so then you can do that, like in the evening time.
Okay. And Doyle, you weren't. You were just in the inn as of this idle time here.
Getting a bath and then starting in on identifying all the random oddments.
Okay. Okay. So as you guys convene at the inn, sharing the information about the lack of restorative draughts at the store, and Felon comes in with his big prize under his arm.
Oh, they let you in?
He did. Well, he didn't. A fellow named Job did. He was big.
What happened to Rebecca?
Her and Lord Aiden are apparently out shopping. We could crash a shopping trip if we wanted. Huh? I don't know why we would.
I
It
thought
just sounded fun.
you were going to research the map for town names.
Right. I figured that, well, that might take a little time. I figured that was something you guys could do if you wanted.
I could help.
Sure, I'll always take help. And Felon pulls out the big book and sets it on the table.
And that's only the Sword Coast?
Yep.
This might take a while.
Yes. Yes. But I figure, I don't know that there's much we can do with the information, even if we learned it right now. I figured this can be a project as we travel. Yeah, in the evenings, the mornings, on the cart. That kind of a thing. We should go to Baldur's Gate either way, I figure, so...
Well,
It'll
that
take
does
a
seem
while either
reasonable.
way.
And Dwayne did all the identifying, you said?
Yeah.
While this was going on?
Yeah.
To say, so... You think the sword is safe? Now?
Do I? You're carrying it.
Was looking for opinions of someone who might know better.
It is a weapon against the undead. If you have a strong feeling against the undead, then it is a weapon that would suit you.
Yes.
Well, then, it should do you well. Regarding the other items, the brooch that I was given has some magic to it. Imagine yours do as well. And these sticks, they're actually a little weather reading ritual that I guess the orcs were using. If anyone is interested in knowing the weather in the nearby area for the next day, could be useful, I suppose.
Are they one use or do they work multiple times?
Each day, it seems.
Oh, excellent! And I take one of the sticks and I use it.
You'll need to use all the sticks. You read the symbols and the way they lay to not
That's
just
not
one.
as much fun as I was hoping, if I'm honest.
What did you
Well,
think was
if you
gonna
just
happen?
kept throwing that one, it would snow every day.
I thought it would just like if I used, I would like I don't know, say a command word and wave it around all dramatically, and then something would happen. I don't know.
No, here. You take the sticks and he gathers them all, hold them like this, you shake them a bit, and then you cast them just like you're some barbaric shaman. And then you read the lay of the sticks. In this case, it doesn't look like it's going to snow today.
That's good.
There you go.
That's
Definitely
the
helpful
only
for
bit.
traveling.
Does it just tell if it's only going to snow or not snow, or is there more?
Well, you're holding the stick for snow, so it was a little bit more difficult.
Oh, I see. I understand. But it definitely won't snow tomorrow, so we have that to look forward to.
Well, it does seem a little warm for that.
You never know.
But here, let me... And he actually does it the right way. Seems as though it'll rain.
Oh goodness, that was direct.
The people in the inn kind of look around as they hear the sound of thunder, and then they look outside and they see that the skies are relatively clear, and they look a little confused.
See, that was kind of what I was hoping for. I'm now re-intrigued.
Well, then find yourself a nice... Oh, hey, that scroll container. Put the sticks in the scroll container. Keep it with you. And don't break up the batch or they won't be useful anymore.
I get to carry the sticks.
Well, you seem to want them.
Oh, I just find them interesting. If anyone else has real need of them, I have no problem giving them over. I just thought they were, well, cool.
Are you going to put them in your mouth?
I'm not going to put them in my mouth. They're sticks. I know exactly what they are. I just put things I don't know what they are in my mouth. For science.
As you say this,
Briseis is
Ink Rose is dropping off a pile of slop in front of Felin.
Perfect. Thank you. Case in point. Who knows what
just
this
like
could be?
smiling at this entire scenario going on.
Well, then, Phelan, if you would like to be in charge and responsible for forecasting the weather on our travels, you may certainly hold the sticks. Should they bore you at some point,
Right.
pass them along.
Okay. Will do. And I gather up the sticks, I put them in the scroll case, and I take the scroll case.
You now have magic sticks. Congratulations. The inn starts to fill up in the evening. It seems like some of the townspeople come here for dinner on occasion.
Okay. As we take some time for dinner, I'm going to, assuming this is okay, I'm going to attune to my magic quill that I have received.
Yeah, I was going to attempt the same thing with the flute.
Yes.
You just need to be in the vicinity of it for like an hour, right?
Yeah.
How tuning works.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Excellent. Over dinner, Felon would say, I'm going to go to the widow's house to write her letters if anyone would like to join me.
I may be along in a bit.
Okay.
You're going to write those letters? Are you leaving the atlas at the inn so that people are looking at it? Is that
Yeah, if Briseus or Dwayne was interested in looking it over while I'm gone, I'd leave it. If not, I'd take it with me. But either is fine.
Briseis will look over it. Like she's
Sure.
curious because she likes traveling, so maps are
Yeah,
kind of
he'd leave
a
it for
bit
you.
of
Then.
her thing a little, but I don't think she's ever really seen many this nice.
So, with Dwayne having identified the items, we know specifically what they do, right?
yes?
Yes.
All right. Well, with the inn filling up, Cloud figures it's at least worth taking this thing for a test run, even though he's kind of adverse to the idea of playing another flute. So it says it gives advantage on performance checks when played with the intention of making listeners remember a past event or feeling. So I figured, as like the dinner crowd gets going, that I'll try to play something that with kind of trying to like bring back with the intention of kind of like stirring up like happy memories in them, like whatever their happiest childhood event was, something like that, something upbeat and kind of wistful and nostalgic.
Yeah. As you're playing this new, is this a new piece of music, or are you just playing and letting it go as it goes?
Just kind of letting it go as it goes.
Okay.
Advantage bumped me up by 1 point.
So yeah, you see the room noticeably improve and kind of swell up in happiness.
I'll wander about, for a little while, just kind of adding some ambiance to the dinner rush.
Yeah, it definitely. Are you playing like from your table, or are you playing from a
No,
different spot?
like I said, I'm one like I'll start off like probably by my table, but then just kind of making my way through the like common room area.
Okay. It's not a flute, but it'll do.
I was gonna say, it's a really amazing flute that I can make it sound like a stringed instrument.
You're making us remember when we last heard a stringed instrument.
And as you're playing the flute, you kind of hear this in the corner. Someone's playing a lute to try to accompany you.
Oh, yeah, if that happens, I'll definitely wander over towards them and have a little jam session. It's definitely something that would bring his spirits up a little bit.
Yeah. As you guys jam out in the corner, guy who's with you, he's very focused on what he's playing. Kind of a bulkier guy. Looks like he's supposed to be a little bit clumsy, but his fingers just know where to go on his lute. And you do see some people. He's already has his hat out, and a couple of people are dropping coins in as it goes.
Fair enough.
All right, and Bryce, as you're looking over this atlas, Doyle, are you in the dinner rush at this time, or?
Oh yeah, dinner is dinner.
After the dinner rush is slowing down, and it wraps up, The man playing with you, Cloud, turns and he extends a hand and says, "I'm Surge. Thank you. It was very nice to hear and think and be happy."
And I give him a big friendly smile and take his hand and shake it. And Seven Cloud Chaser. My friends call me Cloud. It was a pleasure.
But that's an extraordinary, like, as he's like, I've got to eat, but it's an extraordinary talent. It reminded me of the most like the happiest thing I've had, and I haven't had a lot, so I appreciate it.
And I give him like a, pat on the shoulder and give him a nod and wander back over to my own group to probably make my own dinner time.
As this dwarf, there's a dwarf in the background who's just starting to quietly, softly play to replace you guys, hoping to capitalize on the music that you've already brought.
So let me just sneak on in here.
Certainly a dwarven melody.
So as you guys are finishing up dinner, we cut to Felon, who's with Katrin,
Mm-hmm.
who is still knitting, but is less fervent than you remember her being previously.
Okay. Felon would sit down and pull out parchment and say, "Okay," and he would like get her started, like writing all the messages that she needs to write to different people and all that fun stuff.
Well, thank you. It's not as I can't write, but I can knit, and I've got to get noticed to a ROM, and mom always needed to know, and thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So we're sending one to mom and one to a ROM, right? That's what's going on.
Yeah, they're the only two that aren't here that should be here, and thank you, and as she's like rocking back and forth and knitting, you notice that she has something on the stand. She says, "Here, this is I don't know if this is I don't know how you store quills," and she gives you kind of like this knitted pouch.
Aww.
That had
thank you.
Yeah, that has like a little like a knitted feather at the end.
Oh, I'll put the quill inside of it, and I'll be like, "Look, it fits perfectly." Thank you. That's so nice, but I have to earn it. And I'll set down the quill and I'll say, "So do you want to just send them both the same message, saying what happened and that they're needed to come here and all that?"
Yes. I do hope Mom will be okay. And I mean, could you invite them to come here if they wish, and maybe stay?
Yes, I'll be sure to do that. I'll also put in to be careful on the road. It's been a bit troubling lately. We just want to make sure that they're careful.
Oh well, thank you. I don't know anyone who's ever had trouble. It's well, I mean, thank you. And you can tell that she's still kind of disheveled and not entirely there.
Right. So Felon will just smile and nod, and then start writing.
Yeah, and she's a lot quieter and a little bit more focused and knitting next to you as she as you're writing.
As it's writing, Felon would pull out.
Oh, your quill's writing, not you.
Oh no, I'm not writing. I just attuned to this thing. Are you kidding? I'm gonna use it. Felon would pull out a book and start reading as the quill is writing the message.
Oh, well, that's yeah. Could you? She looks and kind of wistfully looks at the way that your quill's writing and looks at her knitting needles and says, "This I wish I had a set like yours. It would I could make all the things for the people."
Oh yes, I bet that would be quite useful. Unfortunately, this isn't something I made myself, or else I would do my best to make sure you got something like that. This was a gift.
Oh, it's wonderful. What is that stamp? Are you wearing like robes or vestments?
He doesn't really have vestments. He does have like a holy symbol around his neck. But other than that, not really.
Is that it? That stamp, is that who you serve? Who you believe?
Yes. Yes, I'm a cleric of a sorts, I suppose you could say. I follow a god called Denir. He's god of reading and knowledge and literature.
But wow, that's it. All of the things that I can't. I'm blessed to have you to be able to do these things for me. And thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure. One of my charges, Denir gives me gifts, and in return, I help people like you who need writing or reading done. So I'm more than happy to help.
Well, well, thank you, and I hope maybe I can say a prayer to Daenerys, and if I have the time and the chance, maybe I too can write these own letters on the next time with happy tidings.
Oh yes, anyone can learn to read if you put your mind to it. It's not as hard as it maybe seems, and it's quite useful.
Well, until then, I will keep knitting and I will bring happiness that way. But thank you.
Knitting. Everyone has their own way of bringing happiness. That's always very important.
As she says happy and knitting, she seems to kind of zone a little bit more and kind of disconnect.
Okay, I'll not say anything unless she chooses to talk, and just read and write the letters for her.
Yeah, there's significant silence, and she thanks you once the letters have been written, and she tells all the names that she's sending out for, and and thank you, and until we see, and until I see you again, thank you, and tell everyone else that their generosity is boundless.
I'll pass along your tidings. Do you all have a post office here or somewhere I could put these?
Usually, the mayor takes care of getting our post to the right people that deal with sending it back and forth. It's
Excellent. I will take
here,
these to the mayor.
And she gives you 2 gold pieces and says, "Please, just I know that most of this is what you gave me, but this is my postage, and I should do my part."
Hmm. Felon will take it and say that's not necessary, but I appreciate that you want to make a contribution.
And she kind of nods and sits back down and realizes that she's being rude, and then it stands back up and walks you to the door.
Okay. Felon will thank her for once again for the little pouch, and say I hope they make it here quickly.
Yes.
And then he'll head off.
Okay. So as you arrive back to the inn, the night has significantly died.
Felon sits back down at our table for whoever's still there.
And as the four of you are around that table, Naylan actually enters and sits at the bar, sees that you're here and waves and takes a step over. I don't normally come out to the inn, but I sometimes Incros makes the best stew, and if I'm going to have a vice, it might as well be something hearty. Are you all right? I see. Cloud, sir, you have any points like kind of under your ear where there's still a little bit of matted blood?
I give a sigh and kind of excuse myself to go try to clean it off again. Seems that I'm going to be picking this out for ages.
Fallon says, "Don't worry, that might not be his blood."
He looks at you and it kind of... It's what I feared. It was works on the outside of the town. That's what the mayor has told me, and we're coordinating, and everyone is safe. Everyone is okay. No one is hurt.
Well, apart from the orcs, right? No,
He
not
looks
funny?
he looks like he doesn't understand the humor.
Oh, yeah, everyone's fine.
It's like, must be an elf thing.
Yes, we are hale and whole.
Thank you. It is good tidings. It is good to hear. Please, again, I understand that the road might be perilous, and I'm with the addition of Barrage into my temple. I was wondering if you could. I don't like to ask, but could you perhaps spare a donation of some gold just to get it flowing so that I can properly provide for Barrage and do the services required for Joseph.
As you might recall, we were intending to speak with Brad regarding his household and offer him and the temple some funds for it. Phelan, do you still have that hunk?
Oh, you'd best believe I have that hunk. And Felon reaches into a bag and pulls out the hunk of gold and sets it on the table.
That's a hunk.
That is
Oh,
a
yeah,
hunk,
it is.
sir.
Please, you guys, you're flattering me.
That would be very, very generous, and I would appreciate it if there's anything. I know that the type, your type, your adventuring type that is on the road. Sometimes restorative draughts are needed. Do you? I have some to spare. Would you take them and help bring um, some order back to these back to the roads that you're traveling?
You may need them. Hopefully us leaving will draw the orcs away, but in the event that some stay, in the event that something bad happens here, I think you should hold on to them.
Well, the people that, as much as I don't appreciate your faith, the number of people that you can help out and about would be far more than I can help here. And if I can be a part of that, it is for the greater benefit of the lands. I can make more over time, but I think we will be okay here. If you would have them, I would have you have them.
Briseis will look over at the others. Then...
You say this during this whole conversation, Cloud has been low key eyeing the if he actually had any out, or just when he starts talking about like healing stuff. So I've had a couple too many brushes with death to.
It would certainly be appreciated, though. Do make sure to tend the people here. And should the orcs attack in force, Father Nayland, it seems you have a good rapport with the captain at the mine. The mine itself seems very defensible. Only 2 entrances that we know about. The houses can be rebuilt. The people not so easily.
Well, we will always do what we need to protect the people.
Well, then we will certainly take this gift and wish you well of it. And Briseis, if you like, make as much noise as you like on the way out. We may as well draw the orcs running along after us.
I could sing an orcish marching song.
We do have those drums.
Exactly.
Father Nayland, I fear my companions do not understand humor.
We're adding to
Well,
the
I've
funny.
been said, as it's been said about me, I can see that. I also have that lacking of a sense of humor. But of course, if you will take these, and he's like putting them on the table, like he actually had them on his robes. And he's putting them on the table, and he goes to put down the one in front of Briseis, but has to move a little bit because of the giant atlas on the table. Oh, well, sorry about that. But yes, let me know if anything else we can do before you leave.
Oh, Father, I had a quick question for you. Maybe this will ring a bell for you. Do you know of anywhere around here that there was like maybe a big orc massacre or anything like that?
A big orc massacre?
Right, a place where like a lot of orcs died. Hmm?
We're looking for somewhere that might have been called or somehow related to senseless murder in regards to the orcs.
Well, unfortunately, no. I have not traveled these lands, and I have not heard as such in my service to the temple. Mayor Castkill, however, I know he spent much time out in the lands before he's spent his time here. Maybe him. I do remember him recounting tales of up and down the Sword Coast.
Yeah, maybe before we leave, we'll pay him a visit and ask him.
Yes, of course, and anything else. I hope these trots will do you well, and I thank you for bringing back the people that you could for this town, so that we can lay them to rest. And as he's greeting, he's also like, you can kind of see his eyes lock on the bar, because as you turn, you hear a thump. There's an extra large bowl set on the bar, and if you would, I'm if you would give me pardon, I would going to take part in my one vice.
Not a bad vice to have.
And he walks over and starts just like putting Felon to shame.
Goodbye, Hunko Gold. I hardly knew you.
We can make more for you.
It won't be the same.
Wait, you guys are going to start melting hunks of gold together? Is that going to be like the new currency?
That'd be cool.
Start a new
I
trend.
approve. Canon.
Start a trend.
Sometimes you just want to make an impression, and counting out gold places just has nothing on. Gadunk!
Yeah,
Gold.
just a big thud.
So how many potions did he drop off?
He placed 4 on the table.
Okay.
As dinner winds down, the table is relatively empty. Dwayne, you've managed to go through all of the items, spending most of your time focusing on all of them.
Briseis, dear, you simply must wear these clothes.
Put them on in the morning, just for you.
Ooh, that would delight Aiden. I'm sure he'll be there to see us off. I wonder if one of the women about the inn could do something with your hair.
What's wrong with my hair?
It's not done.
I read a book on braids once.
Did you?
I did.
I've heard Elven are very good at braiding hair.
Well, ignoring the overt racism, I know a thing or two.
It was a compliment. Excellent.
I mean, a kind of racist compliment, but sure.
Perhaps you could do something encircling the horns and then across and back and down?
Sure.
If you think it's necessary, are we going to be traveling?
I mean, is any of this necessary?
It is not necessary, but it is appropriate.
Don't you want to look good for Lord Copperskin? That sounds like he's a dragon. That was no good.
Yeah, dragon. So as it winds down for the eve, and you're looking through the atlas, nothing really strikes out. Briseis, as you're flipping through the pages, I mean, you're learning a lot about the lay of the land and maybe a couple of regions and like rivers.
She's actually enjoying it a great. She likes maps.
And I was going to say, since this is something that is, you know, an area that's unfamiliar to me, I'd probably be like kind of like leaning over her shoulder and giving this an eye to try to kind of get an idea of where everything is, where
It's
I'm at,
such a
where I'm
big
going.
book. I'm sure that they could sit it between them and
Fair enough.
see a whole lot together.
Yeah, the level of detail is very intricate. There's beasts on the edges of the maps. The in the very few parts where there's text verbatim, the first letter of every page is very delicately calligraphed.
Calligraphied?
Calligraphied. Yeah, that's a word.
Illuminated.
That would be the proper term for it. But yeah.
So yeah, is there anything else you guys wanted to particularly do for the rest of the eve?
Not especially.
No.
Well, I am ready for sleep. Do all make sure to dress for rain tomorrow.
Right. Clothes.
Yes, you should dress in clothes.
I planned on it.
Good. And you should be ready to don your armor once we take to the road. Briseis, do see if those robes go under or over your armor. They have some grace to them, I suppose. So perhaps they can.
I've never really worn anything with my armor. Besides things you're supposed to wear with armor. Nothing pretty.
Okay, I have a feeling that this is leading towards sleep, and I'm gonna call a recess.
Okie doke.
Okay. Who wants to play Foursquare? Or
Tetherball.
Tetherball. Tag.
Suey.
Know what that is, but sure.
Suicide? Suey? Wall, throw the ball at the wall. If you catch it in the air, the guy's got to run up and tag. If he doesn't, you get to peg him with the ball. Did you get the spider?
No, sorry, that was. It's still around. I was just moving my footrest.
Ah, I thought that was the spider's death song. So, I've realized I'm like still a little kid as far as funny jokes go. As I look across the table from me, there's some craft stuff sitting out, and I see it says fabric stiffener and draping liquid, and I'm like, oh, cool, Viagra for Muppets.
Yeah, I guess it could be, right?
What else is that for? What other possible use could this thing have? None.
All right, guys. Sorry, I'm almost back. I'm just wrapping up one more thing, and then I'll flip the stream back to going, and then we will be good.
No problem.
So as the morning approaches, uh, you are woken up by the greeting of the actual marching that you're used to hearing in the morning.
Oh, they let us sleep in. How kind.
That's
Hmm.
odd. I was just
It
getting
is.
used to that. Hope everything's okay.
Oh well.
Briseis will be trying to figure out how her goes with her armor. She may need a bit of help.
So yeah, does that change your morning ritual at all?
No, like she'll do her normal prayers. Or she's used to waking up really early. So, the marching really didn't bother her that much, but it does stand out that it's not there. But she'll do her normal morning prayers and everything she does first before starting to mess with the robe.
Dwayne will dress, cast armor upon himself, and then descend to see if breakfast is in the works.
Is she getting her hair braided? Because that might take some time. I mean, she's not gonna ask for it, but if Felon goes, oh hey, we were supposed to braid your hair, she'll acquiesce.
I mean, Felon's not going to remember, so you're safe on that front.
Oh, Dwayne definitely remembers, though. If you come down without your hair braided, he will ask, "Oh, is Phelan not awake yet?"
I've been awake for hours.
Oh, I didn't see you there. I think Briseis is ready to have her hair done. And
Are you?
possibly you want to twist the top just a smidge.
Twist it?
Her top, it seems to be a little, or perhaps she's a little crooked.
Well, I mean, you know. And Felon gives Dwayne a look.
It's hard to tell with the leg and the arm.
I mean, yeah, but you don't need to say it like that.
We're improving her.
I'm not really comfortable with that phrasing.
Making her better than she was?
No, it still feels kind of gross, if I'm honest.
Just letting this
this-
stuff be said and
Bringing the light of knowledge to her? How would you like it phrased?
It just feels a little, you know. Is this? Do you want to have your hair braided? Turning, to look at her, Briseis.
I think if I don't, he won't shut up.
Right, but that wasn't the question.
It just feels like frippery that doesn't really need to happen.
All right, then we won't. And Felon sits back down and continues eating breakfast.
Ah, Lord Aiden will be so disappointed.
I'm sure Lord Aiden will be fine.
He's your boyfriend, not mine.
Well, yes, but if you pursue him well, he could be your friend too, possibly. One should always strive to better oneself.
I think it's better to do that by pursuing friendships with people that you like.
Well, if you only pursue friendships with people that you like, you won't meet many people, will you?
I don't know that.
Well, you can't possibly like a person until you've met them. Well, I suppose you could, but that seems foolish.
Well, yes, and I've met Lord Aiden, and he makes me uncomfortable.
Well, that's because you don't live up to his standards, and we're working on that.
I shouldn't have to.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with her. He makes me a little uncomfortable, if I'm honest.
Cloud finally comes wandering downstairs, having slept in without the pounding in the morning.
Cloud, how do you feel about Lord Aiden?
Stretching and yawning, walking in the middle of this conversation. I'm sorry?
How do you feel about Lord Aiden?
And Cloud kind of wrinkles his nose and makes a face like maybe a little bit of acid vomit just came up in his throat, but that's about it.
Once I accustom you to the nobility and understand the ways of it, things that you will understand. But for now, we'll let it go.
Yeah, but he has his servants beat each other. I'm not really okay with that.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, you know how, like, when we went over last time, Rebecca had the mark on her that I was apparently rude about, and Felon puts that in air quotes. Well, when I went to look at it, she sort of let it spill that Lord Aiden didn't do it, which is what I thought. Lord Aiden commands his servants to hit each other as punishment.
So Lord Aiden has the servants discipline each other when they err.
Yes. Physically.
And you would rather he discipline them?
Well, I would rather the discipline not involve beating. That would be a good start.
If I recall correctly, I believe I blew my perception check to notice the things last game. So this is the first I've heard of this, and at the mention of setting them to beating each other, Cloud's eyes kind of narrow and just kind of watches this conversation back and forth between Dwayne and Felon.
Yeah, Briseis is not anywhere near pleased.
If it is not a physical discipline, what sort of discipline do you expect? Even a slap on the wrist is a slap on the wrist.
Well, didn't your parents ever, like, discipline you in ways that were not physical? I mean, at Candlekeep, if you mess up, you have to do menial tasks and stuff like that.
You have to do what?
Menial tasks, things people don't want to do, like mop the floors or
physical labor.
Yeah.
Which would make that a physical discipline.
Right. I'm not opposed to making someone do something physical. I'm opposed to making people beat each other. I like to imagine there's a line between the two.
There's quite a large line between the two.
I thought so.
More like a canyon.
Was the discipline applied reasonable to whatever failing she had?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, she didn't.
Did she say what
did she do?
Well, that's she got caught covering for me a little bit.
Covering for you a little bit what?
Well, remember when Lord Aiden said I could take a book from his library to help with the iron investigation? Yeah?
Yes, they were very useful.
They were very useful.
Yes.
But Lord Aiden is stupid. And he doesn't use his library. So I was hoping that he would notice if I took multiple. They came in handy. And I don't really regret that thought. However, apparently, while he is stupid, he's also petty. And he keeps inventory in the library. Who does that? And so he found out, and when I tried to return the books before he noticed, that one time I went there and he was having the weird party in the dark and stuff, Rebecca got caught with them, and then that's what happened.
So, what she was punished for was the theft of several hundred gold worth of books. She had a small bruise on her wrist. Both hands were still attached to her body, and you consider that too much discipline?
Well, she didn't steal anything. She was returning books.
But books were stolen. She knew about it and did not report it to the Lord.
Well, no, she didn't know that I took multiple books. That she didn't know that until I brought it back.
At which point she knew, was caught, and punished.
Well, trying to return them to him, yeah.
Covering for a thief. You
It's
stole,
not a thief
Phelan.
if you. It's not a thievery if you bring them back.
That is not how the law works, Phelan.
It's also extra not thievery if he's too stupid to read them in the first place.
Oh, Phelan.
Look, the point is, it's fucked up to beat your servants, and it's extra messed up to have your servants beat each other.
Phelan, how do I... You live in a library, a great library, Phelan. What is the punishment in the great library for stealing books?
It depends on the book.
Just let's generalize. Just
okay.
If someone were to come and take, let's your library the Candlekeep must have thousands upon thousands of books. Lord Aiden has perhaps 100. You stole 2 or 3, so that must be this equivalent of a wing of the Candlekeep library.
Now, I think that's a false equivalency. Just because it is the same in proportion does not mean me stealing 3 books on metallurgy is the same as stealing an entire wing out of Candlekeep. Especially since people read the books in Candlekeep.
Whether the... Phelan. Fine. Can we let it be? We have to depart. Oh.
Look, I'm just making the point.
You stole from him, and he has been gracious, and now you're complaining and disciplining his staff. She seemed hale and hearty. She had a small bruise. Ugh.
Right. Okay. Let's imagine for a second that Lord Aiden had caught me. Okay? Then he made you guys beat me.
Execute you as a thief?
For the thievery. That feels kind of messed up, doesn't it?
No. You would be put in the stocks and pelted with stones if you were lucky.
Well, I'm right, but that's neither here nor there. The point is
that is precisely here. He was very generous and kind to his servants, and you are faulting him for his kindness.
I disagree. If it was really so bad, he should have just fired her. Not force the other servants to beat her.
How can you possibly think that would set the right example? Steal from me and I will let you go. That is not how you wish to treat a thief.
She wasn't a thief. Lord
She was
Aiden knew she
covering
wasn't
for
a
a
thief.
thief. You were the thief.
Right, and Lord Aiden clearly isn't that concerned about it.
So he gave her a slap on the wrist, except he did not deliver it. He had someone else deliver it, and now you are complaining.
Yeah.
And you see no problem with that.
No, I don't see a problem with that. Either, first of all, he shouldn't beat people. But second of all, if you're going to beat people, at least be man enough to do it yourself. And third of all, forcing your friends and coworkers to beat you for something that you did is messed up.
It incentivizes them all not to offend.
Right, sure. Gotta maintain the power in his stupid house in this tiny village in the middle of God forbid he loses what tiny little bit of power he has in his little kingdom here in this mining village with 5 houses in it.
A nobleman in the desert is still a nobleman and must behave as such.
Cloud just shakes his head, like abruptly, like hard, deep, and turns and just walks out of the inn.
Now we've offended the tabaxi. Well,
I don't think I've offended the tabaxi. Whose name is Cloud, by the way.
I believe it's a bit longer than that, actually.
Right, but I'm making a point.
Yes, and I am making a point that I referred to him as the tabaxi, and you referred to him as a shortened name. And, let us be underway. I feel once we are on the road and have a few miles behind us, this will seem nothing.
As the camera dramatically cuts to Cloud exiting the inn and just kind of pans over his shoulder and follows him, kind of what's going on in Cloud's head here.
He's just this, like, the whole situation is just making him angry. Like he basically agrees completely with Felon about about it being messed up of him having his servants beat each other. Like, that's, I mean, Aiden already seemed to him like a kind of a, like Felon said, he doesn't seem to be very bright, but he's very superficial, very obsessed with his appearances, and the fact that on top of it seems like he's some sort of like a weird creepo who probably gets off on watching his servants beat each other. Like, Cloud was already uncomfortable enough dealing with this dude as it was. He wanders outside of the inn, finds a tree to sit down under, pulls out a piece of wood and starts whittling away at some piece of carving he's been working on off and on in his downtime, just to try to clear his head. Let's say over here.
As you're whittling under the tree and pondering about Lord Aiden and like what he is as a person. Bryce, as you're sitting also at this table, you're not offended enough to storm out.
She's incredibly tense and very frustrated. Like, she's like, ever since she was a kid, she pretty much learned to bottle a lot of things. Which is a lot of what she's doing now, but like, she's very clearly tense and very clearly like not on Dwayle's side on this at all. Like, she had like the same experiences to a degree that Felon had. Like, you screw up, you are given a medial task. There were never any like beatings, even as a thief, she wasn't treated fantastically well, but she was never like beaten for anything. At least like when she got to the temple. And like, she just can't, like, even just like the kind of person is, she just cannot like wrap her head around, like, she understands discipline. They needed to have some discipline. She didn't notice the bruises, so she doesn't know how bad they are, but in her head it's just kind of like, just because she doesn't really trust Lord Aiden, it's kind of like probably worse in her head than it actually was, just because of bias. So, but she didn't trust him. She certainly doesn't trust him now, and she just does not understand nobles, and if this is what they are, she really doesn't want to. She's coming to realize this.
And as you guys, as Dwayne and Felon are having a more heated discussion, and as Cloud leaves, Inkros drops by with breakfast and says, "Wait, is your friend's coming? Is he coming back for breakfast? Is it? I heard your discussion, and it's the Lord Aiden has brought a lot of money into this town, and it's made it a lot easier for people like me to run an inn and serve food and be happy. So I understand that he's different, but for us he's
So you're saying if someone were to, as a hypothetical, replace Lord Aiden with a giant machine that simply dispenses gold, the town would be just as well off, but it would probably increase everyone's general feelings of happiness.
Well, I can't think of a machine that would do that. I can only have what's in front of me, and this is my livelihood. And
it was a hypothetical. It wasn't real. I don't have a machine that dispenses gold.
Would that we had a
thought
priest of Gond
exercise.
around.
Whatever. Lord Aiden's gold, I'm sure, is very helpful. I just question whether Lord Aiden himself is a good man. And I suspect the answer is no. He's not.
Because he punishes those who aid thieves.
No, because he's just sort of generally slimy.
He's a charming individual.
I don't discount his charm, but as far as if Lord Aiden truly wished to help people, he could do far more than he's currently doing. In addition to the other things, he's not a good man. I have no problem working for someone who has an agenda or wishes to also benefit themselves, but
he has engaged us to assist the town.
Not because he wants to assist the town.
Of course, because he wishes to assist the town. He has no need to stay here. He can return to his estates. He's here because he cares for the people.
He wishes to assist his investment, which is exactly what us going to Baldur's Gate is another investment. That's what he's doing.
And the people are a portion of that investment.
Well, no, they're not. Because if he wanted to, he could probably just replace the people with other people, and his investment would be safe. The people
are very expensive. Even little people.
Right. But the point I'm making is he doesn't care about the people here. He just needs any people here. He doesn't care about the people who live in this town. He just cares that there are people living in this town so that his investment is safe. And he knows that if this crisis continues, there won't be people living in this town, and then his investment falls apart. He doesn't really, for all he cares, we could take everyone away and replace them in the night with completely different people. But as long as they still fulfilled the same roles, he wouldn't care.
He seemed attached enough to his servants when I spoke with him and them.
He seemed attached to them because they were good servants.
As you guys are kind of amping up this conversation again, with the interjection of Primrose, one of a gentleman. You remember seeing him at the mayor's house? It walks up and says, "Gentlemen, I understand that this is a discussion, but I'm going to ask you to need to ask you to keep it down
Why
as
is that?
you're disrupting some other people in the town."
What do you mean?
I mean, it's this conversation's getting very heated and very loud, and it's still morning. There are still people sleeping.
Oh, so you're not concerned about it getting back to Lord
I need
Aiden.
you to.
You just think we're being
I need
loud.
I need you to restrain your conversation here.
We will,
Right,
and
right.
actually, we should be preparing to be underway. Phelan, we can take this up on the cart.
Sure.
I'm certain the orcs will enjoy following along our conversation.
If the orcs even follow us, we'll see.
So Dwayne will head upstairs to gather his effects.
Felon would have all this stuff ready to go, so he would just finish his breakfast and leave.
Yeah, without having much stuff, I probably would have had my stuff on me too.
Yeah, Briseis always has everything with her. She doesn't have. Yeah, she went to bring Cloud his breakfast because she doesn't want to. She didn't want to listen anymore.
Yeah, in that situation, if she comes out and looks around, she probably sees like his tail hanging down from out of the canopy of branches, the tip like twitching, annoyed back and forth.
Cloud?
Hello. Sorry, I couldn't be in there any longer.
I know how you feel. I brought you something to eat.
Thank you. And he'll like kind of like wrap his legs around the branch and kind of like hang down and take it from her and then pull himself back up into the tree.
She'll sit underneath him for now.
So are we almost prepared to leave, I assume?
I suppose. I don't know how long they're going to be arguing.
And it's at about that time that you do see Felon was out first, correct?
Yeah.
You see Felon come out of the inn with Dwayne following behind a minute after. So as Dwayne, as you've all gathered your effects, I know that there were a couple of things. There was one or two things you guys wanted to do before you left town. I believe one of them was talking to the mayor. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, we want to talk to him because he'd been up and down the Sword Coast.
To double check whether or not he knows if there's a place that would match what the orcs like. If there's if they should be looking for an actual place rather than like the whole vastness of the Sword Coast, which she is discovering is quite vast.
So as you guys are coming out of the inn, as Dwayne finally comes up, the mayor actually approaches the group of all four of you.
Briseis will stand up.
It was loud in there. Is everything? Are you guys? Do I need to worry about my town?
Well,
Do I need to worry about my town in the immediate sense?
No, probably.
It was a discussion of politics.
Well then, very, very good. I mean, honestly, that's what I had come over to do. To see it. My deputy had let me know what was going on, and I just wanted to check and see.
Yes, he was quite nice. But the real reason we came to see you was we found something, and we wanted to ask you a question. We heard you have experience up and down the Sword Coast, and we were wondering if you'd ever heard of a place that's sort of associated with a lot of murder, in particular, maybe murder of orcs. Anything like that ring a bell?
Well, murdered orcs. I've seen a lot of places with a lot of murdered orcs.
Right. We found a scroll that the orcs had, and it mentioned a place where the Sea of Swords meets senseless murder. I'm wondering if that meant something to you.
Well,
I'm
and
trying
you
to
can
figure it out if it's referencing an actual place. Maybe the name got lost in translation.
senseless murder. And if you're talking from an orc perspective, there's only one place that I can think of that would match that description. Back in what was it? You can see him kind of putting his head on his hand. 25 years ago, there was a very large group of orcs, maybe 200, 300, 400 in number, enough that it would have actually required most of Baldur State's guards to come out to deal with the problem. But they refused to because it wasn't threatening the city. I don't know how, but I know that all of the orcs in that encampment ended up fighting each other. And when I had been retained to scout for it, when I went to scout the area, it was just dead orcs everywhere.
Hmm.
Do you know why? Did anyone find out why?
I left the area as soon as I saw that. As soon as I saw that there were all the dead orcs everywhere, as far as I know, none of them lived. We didn't have orcs in the countryside for a good couple of years after that.
Where exactly was this? Do you remember?
Do you have a map?
Yes, we do.
Actually.
baby, do we? And Felon pulls out the atlas and says, "What kind of map do you need?"
Well, that's a hefty book.
Yes, it's a book of many maps. I pull out a map of like the general area.
You pull a map of the general area out of the atlas.
Not out of it. I flip to one that is in the general area of where he described, so that he can point to where it is specifically.
He points. He looks at the map and he's kind of like dragging his finger along it, trying to remember an approximation. It looks fairly close to the Friendly Arm Inn.
Okay.
About 5, 6. 20 miles to the west and about 10 miles to the north of it.
Okay. How close would we get to this point on our route to Baldur's Gate?
Well, it's the point that he's pointing at is pretty much right in between the town of Nashville and the town of Baldur's Gate. It would be, but more off to the west.
Okay, so we could potentially maybe make a small detour and hit that area on our way way north. Okay. Well, this was actually very, very helpful.
Yeah, I'll never forget the sight as long as I live. It's the only time I've seen that many dead orcs without dead humans next to them.
I'm sure it's a treasured memory. Also, I have letters I need to send. I pull out letters and 2 gold.
Oh.
And I pull out 2 more gold. Can you see that this gets used to help lady? Oh, God, I can never remember her name. It's like Catelyn, but it's not.
Caitlin?
Catrin, yes, Catrin. See that it's used to help Lady Catrin sort of get back on her feet.
Yeah, well, of course. And he looks at the letters. So this is all going to... Okay, yeah. I'll definitely have the ones to the south immediately, but it's been a little bit since we've been able to send anybody north.
Oh, we're going north. I could just deliver this one. It's going to Baldur's Gate, right? And I look at the address.
Yeah, it's going to Baldur's Gate.
I'll just deliver this one. Don't worry about this one. But send the ones that go to the south.
I mean, I don't... He looks at you kind of funny as you're looking at the address and asking if it's going to Baldur's Gate. Seeing as you gave him the letter.
Things. You forget things sometimes. It happens.
Says, of course, and I'll thank you for doing what you can to pull away if these orcs are anywhere close. But if they are where you say they are, I'm much less concerned. Vigilant, but less concerned.
Constant vigilance. That's the key.
As he's walking away, one of his eyes looks directly at you, and the other one just starts flipping towards all the rest of the areas.
Well then, is everyone ready and have their rain gear prepared?
Briseis doesn't say anything
yeah.
to him. She's just there.
All set, bud. As I pull out a cloak with a hood on it.
Yeah, I'll drop down out of the tree at this point and stow my stuff away, and essentially, just pulls the hood of my own cloak up. Joins the group quietly.
Then we'll head to wherever the stables/cart would be readied.
Yeah, it's not really depicted here, but it's going to be off of the bottom right road.
Cool. Do it.
So as you guys approach the stable, you're greeted on the outside of the stable by a cart with 2 horses. The cart is covered. It's not like a covered wagon, but it is a cart, and the cloth over top is securely tightened to the cart.
All right.
Accompanied are with the cart are two men. They're wearing leather armor, and they appear they stand like they're used to standing for long periods of time.
That's good.
Say, well, these are they're like talking to each other. Are these the guys? Yeah, these are the guys. Okay, but are we so we're going now? Yeah, we're going now. Hi, hi. I'm Ned,
Nice to meet you, Ned.
and this is Ted.
Of course it is. Hi, Ted.
And we'll be. We've been instructed to help drive the cart and also to guard its contents.
Oh, good.
And I see all four of you in your clothes. Are we to be off?
I think so, unless anyone has anything else they need to do.
Yes, we'll want to get the full day's travel. Ned, Ted, I'm Lord Dwale. This is Briseis, Cloud, Phelan.
Nice to meet all of you. Shall we begin?
Is there's room for us in the back?
So on the back of the cart, like it's carpeted, like it's cloth down, and they say, well, there's room for, and he flips it up, and it's about 3 people wide on the back of the cart. There's room for 3. We're not going to sit in the back, of course. Somebody's going to drive these horses.
That's fine. I'll scout it.
3 in the back, 3 in the front.
Yeah, the top of the wagon has seating for 3.
Assuming that the wagon probably is traveling at like walking speed or thereabouts.
Yes, for a majority of its journey.
Okay, right. So if that's a situation, then I'll take point and like scout out and around ahead, so I can climb trees and get my little burst of speed if I need to try to kind of scout as much as possible to see if I can detect anything, from a distance, any large movements of things or ambush setups, anything like that. Also, since we rested overnight, I should be like all hit points and hit dice and everything should be refreshed, right? We should be good to go.
Please do.
Yeah, I just realized that I'm still down hit points from last week, and hit dice and key points, so should be all good to go now. But yeah, that's Cloud will willingly give up a spot to, like I said, to play advanced scout.
Okay. Anybody in particular sitting in the front next to Ned and Ted?
Cloud's scouting, right? So
Yeah.
Yes.
So if he's scouting, then I'm gonna sit in the back so I can read. I don't want to get books by. Also, you never trust men with similar names.
Dwell
Are
sit up in the
twins?
front.
Are they twins?
They're not actually twins. You look at their faces, and they actually have 2 different, very different facial structures. Ned has a very pointed nose, but it's also smushed against his face, so it's very like a very steep incline.
Mm-hmm.
And Ted is noticeably bald.
So just happy coincidence.
I think for like that first day or so, Briseis is gonna be where Dwayne is, just until she calms down a little bit. Remove herself from frustrations.
All right. So as you guys are getting getting the cart all ready, and getting ready to travel out. Sorry, I'm actually going to need 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Sure.
And then we will continue from here.
No problem.
So onwards and upwards, or northwards.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And as soon as you start to, as soon as Ned starts to drive the horses, you hear a thunder boom in the background.
And there it is. Sticks don't lie.
Probably become a daily ritual that's that accurate.
So as you're traveling northward, the road is familiar, so you're able to make a moderate amount of time. You don't always have to look at all of your surroundings because you know what you're expecting on the road. The rain starts very heavy. It's very hard to see off into the distance. but going up and down hills is slightly treacherous. The horses don't seem to want to give all their effort. Ned seems to be driving them forward, maybe a little bit harder than would be expected. So as his rain's coming down, guys, give me a perception check.
Love to.
Cloud, you do see on the side of the road, you do see one dead orc.
Okay. That's all, like just by itself?
Yeah, he's off to the side of the road. You kind of see like the face and a hand sticking up, but the skin is very, instead of the typical greenish, you notice it's very gray, and it's blending in kind of with the rocks next to it.
How far ahead of us is this?
You notice it when it's about like 60 feet northwest of the road.
All right. When that happens, I'll like hustle back to the group and kind of like give them a signal to hold up, and I'll let them know what I saw.
Okay.
You think it could be a trap?
It seems quite possible. I wouldn't be shocked, but the fact that it's only what appears to be a single body doesn't bode well.
Well, did you see anything obstructing the road that would stop the cart?
Did I? I assume not.
No.
No, nothing.
Then I would say we keep the cart moving, as stopping here will do us no better than stopping there, so long as there's no damage to the cart, and certainly be more aware as we pass by.
Maybe we should see at least what he died of, if we.
I think we should all keep our eyes open.
All right. I'll inspect him quickly, and I'll hop out of the cart
Yeah, I'll go with.
and start moving ahead of it.
Okay. Like I said, he was able.
Briseis? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, Briseis will hop out of the cart, but stay closer to it while the two of them go off.
Sure. Are we talking like 30 feet of distance, 60 feet of distance?
Well, she's gonna stay with the cart, but she's gonna be on the outside just in case.
Sorry. No, I was.
With us? Yeah.
Yeah, I jumped. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, with Dwayne and Briseis at the cart is not completely undefended, so a little, 60 wouldn't be maybe the worst idea. I mean, it doesn't matter as much to me, because if need be, I can cover distance quickly anyway.
What's the worst that could happen?
We die.
I mean, you're not supposed to answer that seriously.
You asked.
You're just supposed to say, maybe it'll start raining, or something. Something
It's
not
already raining.
right. Okay. Well, all right. It's just an expression. Sure. Let's check this dude out.
So,
I find it
approaching-
very interesting that Felon is explaining an expression to someone, or something that is practical to someone.
So Felon would bend down and sort of examine
Yeah.
this dead orc.
Before getting that close to it, I would probably take my quarterstaff and give it a poke from 6 feet away, just to make sure that it is indeed most
Good call.
sincerely dead.
Good call. Felon will shoot it.
Just double tap him to make sure.
Always double tap, especially with orcs.
So as you approach this orc, as you go to poke him with your 6-foot pole, as opposed to a 10-foot pole, he moves a little bit, but he doesn't respond.
Does he seem to be breathing?
There's no movement, and he's definitely grayed out.
You saw that, right?
Yes.
I don't like that.
I start scanning the tree line if I can, or looking for any obvious ambush spots near this thing.
I'm gonna
Make a survival roll for me.
Survival. Okay. Not as good as perception, but natural 20.
None of the spots ahead seem to offer any real cover,
Okay.
or potential concealment.
All right. That's at least a small comfort.
So with Cloud on the lookout, what are we doing here?
If it seems like I said, if seeing out and noticing that doesn't look like there's possible ambush spots, I'll move back a couple feet and I'll motion for the wagon to come forward.
As he's doing that, I shoot the orc with my crossbow.
You hit the orc with your crossbow.
Right? Does he move?
No.
Okay, then I go up and examine him. I just want to be sure. He moved a little bit when he poked him, and I didn't like it. So I'm going to examine him if I can.
Well, let's see if you can.
It's
a
actually
medicine.
full of
Oh, I can't. I have no idea. I'm really put
He was
off.
recently
by the fact
shot
he
by a
moved.
crossbow.
Yeah.
Died for a crossbow.
Yeah, you're not sure what killed him, but this crossbow didn't help.
So as you look at him, it's very like you're looking around at him, and he's kind of covered up, like he's got rocks on most of his body, and you're just looking at his head and his arm. You don't see any obvious
He's
reasons that this
partially
orc
buried?
should be dead. But yeah, it's kind of hard to tell with all of the rocks that are on top.
See, I missed that part. I didn't realize he was partially buried.
There's a couple on his chest. There's some on his legs.
Like maybe someone started to make a cairn but got interrupted.
On the side of a road.
I mean, maybe that's what they had to do. I don't know.
Yeah, the stones don't look arranged in any particular order.
Well, does he have anything interesting on him, like items-wise?
So you're moving rocks around and trying to get to the
Yeah.
base of this orc here.
Yeah, just see what he might have on him.
So most of the cloth on this orc has been relatively degraded. Like when you poke around at it, it starts falling apart.
Okay. I wiped the goo off on my body smock.
You're wearing your body smock in the rain? Such a waste.
Can I get does he look like he's been dead for a while? I mean, you mentioned cloth degrading, but I don't think it's a situation of you said he's not. You didn't describe him as decomposing or rotting or anything. Doesn't look like it's been picked up by animals or anything like that.
It doesn't show any signs of that, correct?
Okay.
Maybe, but he's definitely. It seems to be like decomposing. Yes, is that accurate to say?
Yeah, like he's definitely starting to, correct?
Okay, so he's probably been out here for like a few days.
So you'd think an animal would pick at him in a few days.
Seems curious.
Maybe he was covered and now he's not. Maybe he was only recently uncovered.
Can I check the area around to see if there's any tracks or like it looks like there's been anybody, like any foot traffic in this immediate area? I mean, the rain's probably washing that away, but
Go ahead and make a survival.
all right. No.
As the cart's like coming up and getting ready to go past Dwayne, sort of leans, goes, "If you really want to play with the body, just hook it up so that we drag it along with us and you can watch it disintegrate."
It's not that we're not making it disintegrate. We want to find out what happened to it.
Dead.
Yes, but that's hardly illuminating. Fine, here's what we'll do. And I take the body and I set it in the back of the cart so I can continue to examine it.
Oh my.
Gross.
Don't play with it yet. I'll give you a platform in just a few moments. And Dwayne start.
Philin, are you sure this is necessary?
Necessary? No. Interesting? Absolutely.
Dwayne will create a tensor's disc so that you can use it as a table that will follow along about 60 feet back.
Well, I can't walk and examine. I
You
require
can
a
sit
stable...
on the disc.
Oh, it's that big? Oh, excellent.
It'll be cramped, but you can manage.
All right, sure. Felon will set the body on the disc and sit on the disc and begin examining. Basically, what Felon wants to do is perform as detailed of an autopsy as he can out here in the wilderness.
In the rain.
Functionally, if possible, like basically taking a 20, if that's something I can do. Like, this is what he's going to do today. This is his job. This is now his project.
So Dwayne will actually end up casting 2 of the discs, one for you to sit on, one for the body to be on, and
Beautiful.
they'll be about 20 feet back from the cart. And then about every hour he spends 20 minutes or so recasting so that you can transfer off if you, after an hour, aren't done with whatever you're doing to that poor thing.
He's an orc. Don't shed too many tears.
All right, if we're continuing on, then I'll go back to running point again.
As you
This
go ahead.
I was gonna say she'll be in the atlas. Because I mean, if he's actually like cutting into the orc, it's unlikely it's gonna get up and slap them. So she's just gonna not pay attention to what he's doing and just read out of the atlas while he does that.
Everybody, as you guys are starting again, everybody give me a perception check.
Oh my god. Rolling the hot garbage.
Maps.
So as you guys are just starting to get back underway, Felon, you see Ned handing a scroll to Dwayne It looks like Dwayle's concentrating on the discs, and the scroll almost hits Dwayle in the face. And you kind of hear a mumble from Lord Aiden.
Wait.
Wait, what?
What?
Ned mumbles from Lord Aiden to Dwayle.
Correct.
Oh, I was like, Ned turned into Lord Aiden? Like, what's going on? This just has so many layers.
Really
Okay.
Aiden in disguise.
Yeah.
I see.
Or
Okay.
it's like hands in the scroll and like Aiden's voice comes out of the scroll.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That was super confusing for everyone.
We're clear now.
So
We're clear now.
Okay.
How thoughtful.
I'm not gonna do anything about this. I'll just sort of take note of it. Besides, I'm doing something. I can't be bothered with that.
So once Dwayle finishes up getting the two discs, he'll close it, open the scroll, and take a read.
It's in the handouts. Is it there?
Yes.
Sorry, I figured we just move us to a map here.
Might
Sure.
as well. Oh, guys, we could stop by Candlekeep. We could, I could show you all the books, and you could meet my
And I
father.
could steal a wing.
You can try. It'll be great. You know, most people have to pay to get into Candlekeep, but you know, I know a guy, so I can get us in.
You have to pay to enter a library?
Yeah, everyone who enters Candlekeep is required to pay the same toll, and that toll is a writing that does not exist already within Candlekeep.
You mean the book? Or
It doesn't have to be a book necessarily, but a scroll, an essay, pieces of poetry. But it has to be unique writings that don't exist within Candlekeep.
have you ever written books?
Not a book. That's kind of one of the reasons I'm here. I'm trying to, you know, maybe this adventure will become my first book.
As you guys
Dwayle
are
rolls his. Whoop.
No, I was just to say as you guys are talking about this, the rain starts to lighten up just a little bit, and give away for not clear skies, but less downpour.
Dwayle rolls the scroll back up, tucks it back in, closes it up. Lord Aiden has sent along word that we are to inquire after a Tigger Luskin by the docks when we arrive in Baldur's Gate.
How'd Lord Aiden send word?
On a scroll? Words on a scroll? Sent
Right.
words on a scroll?
Right. But Lord Aiden's in Nashkel, and we're here, and I didn't see a runner show up.
Ned just handed me the scroll. How deep
Oh, so-
were you in that orc?
Well, all the way. I could use him as a puppet if I wanted to. But that's not the point. Oh, I didn't I thought I was confused. Ignore me. I understand. But, you know, we'll get there. We'll have to take some detours, obviously.
Are you having fun?
I always have fun.
Are you learning something?
We'll see.
And as the rain lightens up, it's becoming very clear that there is a breeze, and it's coming from the south. As the stench of this orc is hanging over, is hanging over the cart, even with Dwayle's best attempts to isolate that smell.
Woo! He's a smelly one, all right.
Have you figured anything out yet?
Well, I figured out that. Well, no, I haven't. Not yet, anyway. I don't think.
What
Unless I
exactly
have.
are you looking for?
I want to know why he died. Why he might have been left there.
Does that really take so long to figure out?
If you want to be thorough, it does.
Please don't taste the orc.
I don't plan on tasting the orc. I might taste the contents of his stomach to see what his last meal was.
Oh.
Please don't.
As if that's somehow better.
It's important anthropological information.
Why do you need to know what he... You know what? I don't really care.
So as this smell carries on with you, Ned looks over at its head and says, "About lunchtime, yeah?"
Lunchtime? I'm starving.
Are you done with your orc?
I don't know. That depends on the GM.
You can be done with your work.
Have I learned anything?
You've been flapping around with it for at least an hour.
Okay.
It looks like this orc has multiple crushing injuries on his legs, and he's very emaciated. It looks like he's starved to death.
Oh, the rocks killed him. Oh, well, there you go.
Rocks killed him.
Yeah, the rocks. It looked like someone was trying to bury him in rocks, which is what I thought. But the rocks buried him on accident. He starved to death. Now, the question is, did they just leave him? It seems kind of cruel. I mean, orcs are cruel.
I wasn't aware that rocks did anything. But
Well, I don't imagine it was their decision to bury him. Maybe he disturbed their natural
Phelan,
formation.
step down off the disc.
All right. And Phelan would step down off the disc, wiping his hands off on his body smock.
So Dwell go walk alongside the edge of the road till the disc follows him to the edge of the road, and then get rid of the disc so the orc body drops, and then he walks back up and hops back into the cart. If we can continue on for a short distance before eating, that would be wonderful.
Ned looks over at Ted and says, "Nah." And Ted's like, "Dude, I'm hungry right now."
Just
Those are the union rules, Dwell.
why?
It's
Why?
going to be terribly confusing for the person to happen upon that body.
And they're talking about this body, and Ned's like, "Well, whatever," and he carries on the cart. In about a half an hour, you guys are starting to slow down. There's a nice level plain with some forestry. Looks like there's a small alcove to place the cart that's not on the road.
I'm starving.
Cloud, did you wish to investigate the alcove?
If that looks like there's something that, like they're waiting for that, yeah, I'll definitely go poke around in there and see what's going on.
Okay, give me a generic perception check, please.
Generic perception. That's better.
As you investigate the alcove, it looks very spacious, and it looks like like plenty of room for a cart, good spot to make a fire. You don't have to worry about fire like expanding. As you're leaving the alcove, you kind of hear a thump coming from behind, and kind of just like a.
In behind where?
So we're traveling north. The alcove is to the east.
Okay.
And then there's a small, like, little pathway out of this alcove that also goes to the east.
Like out of the back of it?
Yes.
Oh. I'll move forward towards the exit to see if that's where the sound came from.
That is where the sound came from. You do see a couple of drops of blood on your way towards that area.
Oh boy.
And then another.
Who's there?
You don't hear anything else.
No response. I'll poke my head out of the alcove and gesture towards the group. It's like someone's wounded.
Oh. Wow.
Ned and Ted look up, and they look at all of you, and then they look at each other, and then they're like, "But it's not any of us." And then they go back to their sandwich.
And like,
Perseus is
they're not
gonna
gonna be
go
able-
off and see what's what in the alcove.
I'll
go
point out the blood trail and
Go dark vision. Hello.
Well, as you guys are
Yeah.
walking back off, as Bryce, like, they acknowledge that Cloud is like scouting ahead and stuff. But as soon as Bryce also walks with Cloud forward, Ned and Ten are like, we got to stay with the cart.
Hey,
Stay with
That's
the
our
cart.
job. We all got tasked to stay with the cart.
hey, you did. You're doing great. Keep it up.
Yeah, I don't think splitting up is the right thing to do, guys. We should stay with the cart. It's what is paying us for.
Oh, Ned and Ted. All right. Give me a second. I need to think. Yeah. Real fast. I want to see.
oh jeez.
How many can I target?
A creature. It
A
says.
creature you can see
Yeah.
within range. They can see here. Darn it. That's disappointing. I'll turn around and I'll say, look, Ned, Ted, I don't give a shit. And I turn around and walk off.
It's a good suggestion.
I don't actually cast suggestion. I just tell
Right,
them
I
I don't
know.
give a shit and I walk off.
How far away is where they're heading to? Like the alcove is 20 feet, 30 feet?
It's about 60 feet. Like the alcove itself is like 40 feet in diameter, kind of circular, and then this back exit to it is about 50-ish feet.
So Dwell just hop up on the buckboard of the cart, lean against the top, and just keep an eye on him from the height.
See, someone's with the cart. No problem. But yeah, if Perseus is coming in, I'm going to kind of have her back, but I'm pointing out to her where, like I said, the blood trail is going back into the exit, and let her know, like, someone
Because she has dark vision. Can she see
moaning
far
in
enough
pain.
in?
Yeah, I do too. So
Yeah, it's the middle of the day, so we're at overcast, so you guys are okay to see. Give me just a second, and that one.
Dwell's running his thumbnail inside one of the wand engravings on his staff that had a little mud in it, cleaning that out. Sighting down along it towards you guys.
No, dead person. Or hurt person.
Quick shoot a crossbow bolt into them so you know which one it is.
I gotta identify it.
You guys will be on the west side here.
All right.
Some way back in the background somewhere.
So, yeah.
So as you guys approach, you hear it somewhere, and kind of like a shudder and then a slump. It looks like he's been crawling this way. As you can see, some kind of blood streaks moving along with it.
Is he still crawling?
No, he's stopped moving.
Oh, okay.
And then everybody give me a perception check.
Focused on the injured person.
Pretty much.
Definitely eyeballed on the injured person. Felon, you hear more moans coming from the northwest.
Okay. Felon says, I think there's another one. And he points to the northwest.
I'm sorry, the northeast. Man, I'm bad.
Felon, as he's saying that, spins in the middle of his pointing and says, that way, northeast.
Thank you.
Oh, so wait. So when you said alcove, I was picturing like some sort of like an overhang. You mean like a clearing in the woods? You mean?
Yeah, I thought like a little cave.
Yeah, that's all. That's why. Yeah, well, you're saying dark vision and stuff. That's because when you said alcove, I was picturing that there was like some sort of like a
rock,
like a rocky outcropping or something with like a cave leading back in.
So I've now learned what the definition of an alcove is. And yes,
It's
we are in a
more like a clearing. Okay, that makes.
To an
I was like, I'm like, if we're just using a generic map, that's fine. But I'm like, man, there's a lot of trees inside here.
with forest on both sides. Like as you guys approach this area, it's instead of being a little bit more open plainsy, it becomes a little bit more wooded. And this is kind of like the first actual dense type of wood in this area.
Okay, fair enough. That makes more sense now.
Briseis is going to slowly approach to this person.
Have you killed whatever it is?
And while
It's
she's
a person.
while she's checking that, I'm gonna. You said northwest. I'll head. I'm assuming over towards this tree somewhere.
No, it's northeast. No, it's northeast.
Or northeast. Well, that's northeast from where, not northwest.
The question stands.
No, we haven't killed it yet. We're trying to figure out who it is.
Like I said, with my back to Briseis and the body like scanning around the northeasterly area.
What can she see of the
Northeast.
been injured?
Give me a quick medicine check.
Man.
So there's a lot of blood.
She is going to cast Cure Wound to at least try to stop some of the blood.
So as you cast that spell and you touch this person, it seems like he has completely like he's dead.
Spare the
Like
dying?
as you like go to do your medicine check.
What's the spare the dying? Is that something I can
He's
do?
not. I don't think he's dying. He's dead.
No, but isn't it like within a minute of dying, you could bring them to stable? Isn't that what it does?
Really? That
No,
seems
he's still-
crazy powerful.
Unless I'm thinking of.
You still have to be in death check, so basically he just lost his last death check.
Yeah, I think within a minute is like breath of life or something like that.
Yeah, you touch a living person that has 0 hit points, the creature becomes stable.
Hmm.
This is a cantrip.
And as Briseus bends over to check this guy, and as Cloud's moving towards the northeast, Cloud, you hear another moan.
Just from the is it like back
From behind this
behind the tree?
area. And then you hear another moan.
Yep.
And
There
then,
we go.
And then something that looks very dead stumbles out towards you.
Oh boy. Lovely.
Now are they dead?
Well,
Sort of.
not no, but not in the way you're thinking.
One of them yells yes, and the other yells no.
And we will go ahead and enter initiative.
Oh boy. See if we can all roll better than 5s and 8s this time.
Well, hopefully this thing doesn't have great initiative.
Oh, whoops! I didn't.
I rolled a 1.
I
so-
didn't. Damn it! I didn't select my dude. There we go. Oh, that's much better. I always forget that I have to click my token before I roll. This is great.
What's up?
Alrighty then.
Oh no. Lots of things being rolled.
I wish channeling like in Pathfinder would be real helpful right now.
Yeah, Briseis is gonna drop her staff and pull the sword.
It's definitely shining brightly. And it continues to shine brightly as we see a skeleton come out from behind this kind of tree area.
Oh boy.
And come forward at the person who is next, is the person who is closest,
Yep.
and also who looks the most alive.
Well, I mean that's all relative. Jesus.
Hold on, I'm checking to make sure I didn't. Yeah, no, it's not rigged. All right, we're good.
That's fine. Okay.
Oh
10.
my god!
Sure, 10.
Oh,
That's great.
I
Wait, is
have
that?
to
Oh,
make
it's
a
double.
D-
That's doubled though, right?
No, that's the plus. The plus.
No, that's
is
the plus.
is the-
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it's 10 total. Okay.
Yeah, it's just 10.
So, do I have to take a wisdom save? Like,
At this point.
yes.
Oofa doofa.
Wisdom.
You are not compelled to do anything. And as this skeleton just stumbles out of the clearing, you can kind of see that it's got some leaves stuck all over it. It looks like it's got leftover dirt on it too, like it hasn't been out of the ground that long. And it's trying to... Oh my god!
You all right.
This
That's not
night.
too bad, but-
Oh, baby.
That's a good start. All right. Is that how we're gonna play this?
Do you have all? Is each one going to get a crit on their first attack? Is that how this is going to work?
Hey,
Do I have to roll
To be fair, that is
No,
3 crits in a row.
or like once around?
so that's gonna be one per combat. So Cloud, as you're like, hey man, there might be somebody dead behind this area.
Yeah.
Short sword to the face. Felon right next to you takes short sword to the face. What do you do?
Oh, fun. All right. Well. Potions are a full action, right? Not like a bonus action or anything.
That is correct.
Okay, fun. Well, is it really worth it to blow this key point right off the bat? What's this? You said it's a skeleton with a short sword. Is it wearing like armor, or is it?
It's got like a piece of leather hanging off of its left shoulder,
Okay.
and then like some chainmail kind of covering up its right ribs section.
Not like a full suit of armor or anything.
No.
Okay.
And he's got a lot of leaves too.
Fair enough. Well. Yeah, and then the Rob Zombie cranks up. Oofa doofa. What am I gonna do here? Let's see. Yeah, all right. As a panic reaction, I'm definitely gonna burn a key point, and I'm gonna go flurry of blows. So starting with my quarterstaff, like this thing comes up and like slashes me, and I immediately like wheel and spin back with my staff. Oh, that's garbage. And followed up with my 2 unarmed. Oh, that's I would assume a hit.
Yeah.
Okay. 4 points of damage on that, and since it's flurry of blows, I'm gonna kick some stuff, some fun points in with that. Where are we at here? Here we go. With that one, I'm going to make it so that it can't take reactions until the end of my next turn, or until the end of my next turn. And then my second attack, 11, probably not a hit.
As you make your first attack, kind of towards the arm of his short sword, it kind of locks that in place. But when you try to make your second attack, it just, instead of raking the bones of the skeleton itself, it just rakes that one leftover piece of chainmail.
Gotcha. Oh, this is fun. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I landed 1 out of 3 attacks.
And that guy has no reaction.
Yep, just until the end of my next turn.
You hear some more moaning.
Oh, actually, here's a question. Is an opportunity attack, is that a reaction?
Yes.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then I'll disengage from him and use my move.
Okay.
And I'll... that's fine. I'll fall back 5, 10. I'll fall back over here next to Phelan. I didn't even think about the fact that opportunity attacks are reactions. That actually makes that one a lot more useful.
Zombie is going to just kind of, not like, the skeletons are making kind of attacks that make sense. But this zombie just seems to like try to throw its whole body at Felon.
No.
And it just stumbles around him as opposed to doing anything that would be impactful. And then this zombie seems to actually try to go fast.
He's a fast making.
Running around at the speed of sound.
And he seems content being right next to 3 dead bodies. Or, I mean, 1 dead body and 2 living bodies.
It's a whole buffet.
Dwayne, as some zombies stumble forward out of the back.
Ted, Ned, do finish up your lunch. It looks as though there may be some undead over there. There's enough clerics. I don't think they'll have too much trouble, but just in case, be ready to head out. And then as he's talking, he's just sighting down along his staff. There's a glow, and then a bolt of flame just shoots out the end, heading towards the zombie right here. That fellow. Let me just spun around on me. That guy.
That one.
That one. Now let's see if we can actually hit him.
Yeah.
18 hit him?
Yeah, he doesn't even notice that you're shooting fire at him. And as you hit him, he doesn't notice that you hit him with a bolt of fire.
Oh, this should be fun. Dwell just sitting there like...
With Dwayle's impassioned firebolt, you see something else stumble out. Something that looks a little bit meatier than the zombies, but still with the flexibility of and the maneuverability of the skeleton. And he is very interested in having party fun time with the guy that everybody else is. So Felon.
Bring it. No, you weren't supposed to bring it that hard. God dang it.
Well, he brought it.
Alright. That's disappointing. Alright, so that's my con save, huh? That's not good. I prepared lesser restoration, but I can't use it on myself. Okay, woo!
Nice.
All right. And as you guys see this move forward, you see its claws rake through parts of Felon's armor, and he seems to stop moving for like a quarter of a second, and then just kind of shake and go back to fighting off all 3 of these undead around him. And a dog just rips out of the back, or what you imagine was a dog.
Oh boy.
And crowding around. The wolf looks rabidly at all 3 of you. And sees Briseis and it fixates on the symbol on her clothing, and makes an attack with advantage because there's a zombie next to him.
Boy.
Oh baby! All right.
So it's going to be Briseis as this wolf lunges at you. You don't see the wolf move next to you because the that slow zombie's like in your field of vision. So the wolf gets the drop on you. So it's 11 and then a strength saving throw.
Screw you, wolf.
Cute.
The wolf doesn't understand that you're cursing at it, and it just kind of stares inquisitively and motions to bite at you again. Felon.
All right. Felon does not like any of this that's happened.
Yeah, this is bad news bears.
So Felon reaches for his trusty quill, which is what you need in times of battle, and he holds it aloft, and he uses it to channel divinity. And he's yes.
Sorry, at the beginning of your turn, can you make a DC Con 10 save? DC 10 Con save.
I have to make it again? Uh-oh. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, continue.
Scared. So I hold it aloft, and I channel divinity, and I'm going to use the special ability on my quill to increase the save DC by 2. So they all need to make me some wisdom saving throws at a DC of 15.
Okay. Can you drop Channel Divinity into the chat?
No, I'm a liar. I can't. Give me a second.
Okay.
Wait, how? Oh, because it's got penalties. I'm like, how do you roll zeros?
So I'll copy and paste it for now. I'll make a thing for it later. This is what it does.
Okay, so it runs or dodges.
Yep. Pretty much. And just as an extra fuck you, I'm gonna drop spicy spiritual weapon. Right there. Ping. Right there. And it's gonna be attacking this one. But I don't think it might.
Okay. Well, the effects of Channel Divinity.
She said the DC was a 15 on that?
DC 15. Yep. So
Nice.
one passed. That's okay. That's not great, but
I'm amused that it's the wolf.
Yeah, I
It's
was gonna
not
say
right.
if they all bail out, that's fine. We can pound this wolf down in like one round, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But
they're-
that is
Also,
Well, they can
opportunity
do-
attacks if they run.
Yeah, but if that
Yeah.
happens, if they take damage, then that breaks the turn.
What is it?
Yeah.
It says it's turn for 1 minute or until it takes damage.
So one of the zombie and the skeleton around you. You can see that the effect whomps around them, but as they kind of fall back towards the one in the purple here, and they kind of resume their hunger.
Oh, fun.
well, we're in serious trouble.
And you said spiritual weapon?
I tried it. It missed though. Imagine.
So
a 9
the
versus-
ones that are marked though, those are the ones that failed.
Yeah, the ones that look
Okay.
like they have bacon. They're
Right.
going to be running towards bacon.
All right, that's fair. But the two that were next to this one, I'm guessing they probably had advantage or something. Okay. So
Something
running-
like that.
Something happened that caused him to not run towards bacon. So it's one zombie, one skeleton, and the wolf all do not want bacon.
Yeah. And Briseis, you see Felon channel his deity, and some of the undead around look like they're going to turn tail, but not all of them.
Well, she's going to swing that sword at her. Maybe?
Sorry, at who?
The wolf.
Okay.
I don't recall.
The wolf, maybe sensing your hesitancy to use a sword in place of your regular cane, he anticipates your swing and dodges out of the way. And
Okay.
I think. No, never mind. Wait, that one's. She could get here without causing an attack of opportunity, right?
yeah,
Because this one's not.
Because you
This one's
never.
after bacon, so.
actually, no. You feel like it's only afraid of Felon. With your study and your knowledge of how
that works.
Yeah.
She has a different channel divinity, but I'm sure she understands how that works.
Well, everyone has that channel divinity.
We all do?
Yeah, channel divinity turn undead is like the default one that everyone gets.
I thought it was
Yeah.
replaced by the one that my other one.
No, you get both,
Neat.
but they're from the same pool of channel divinities.
So I will stay where I is.
Okay, we're gonna move on to skeletons. One who wants bacon. And one who definitely does not want bacon. He wants sweet elf flesh, and he wants to carve it up badly.
Who
Gotta
doesn't
try,
really?
try harder than that, big boy. Come on.
Cloud, you see one fleeing, you see one not.
Right. Okay, as a bonus action, I'm going to spend a key point for patient defense. So basically, as a bonus action, I have the dodge action until, or as a bonus action on my turn. So basically, anyone attacking me this turn is going to have disadvantage. And then I'm just going to do my regular quarterstaff, one unarmed attack combo. I probably should do the skeleton so we eliminate some of the extra threats on Felon. Alternately, since Bryce is mystic, it could go for the wolf. You know what? Decisions. Let's if we get this wolf cleared out, we might be able to get Bryceus up and into things more. I'll do him on the first unarmed attack on the wolf, so the quarterstaff. Or not unarmed, rather, but... Oh, can you do a thing?
No, you're good.
Okay, that's just something for your benefit. Natural 20.
Nice.
Alright, so
That's
if I
what
click...
we're talking about.
So will this... Do I have to roll...
It'll do it automatically.
Will it?
Yeah, it'll do it.
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
And that was on the skeleton, right?
That's on the wolf.
The wolf.
Mhm.
Yes, you definitely clobber this wolf, like as you're focusing on making sure that you're non-predictable. It also makes it so the wolf can't predict. and that's your bonus action and your action. So-
Oh wait, oh that's right. My regular martial arts. I think it's a bonus action to use my follow up, isn't it? Yeah, so I can't use my bonus action because I already used that to dodge. So yeah, that's it. Just one attack then. Oh, I spent the key point for that.
As you bash this wolf, this zombie wants bacon, and he thinks the bacon is this way. Cloud, any attacks of opportunity?
Oh, most definitely attacks of opportunity. 13.
Yeah, that hits.
All right. 4.
He seems to shake off his bacon fixation as he runs away. But he did take the dash action.
Would
for
Briseis
his
get one
turn.
too?
Didn't leave Briseis' reach.
Yep.
It's
Well, if he's still dashing, you will.
No, you have to leave the reach to provoke the
Right, but okay. So that's as far as he moves, is just to there.
he's no longer turned once you hit him. So he's
Oh.
no reason to run further.
I guess I suppose I didn't realize that was going to stop it right there. I probably would have done that then.
And zombie, he realizes that you're very accurate and moves away from you because he does not like you.
No, that's fine.
I know, zombies. So what are you gonna do, right?
Hmm.
As the zombie above Felon tries to just throw its body into Felon.
Nope.
Dude, seriously,
Absolutely not.
15?
I'm 18 AC, man.
That's ridiculous. Literally the dumbest thing I've
Briseis
ever heard.
says the same.
It's what my AC's been the whole game. It's not like it changed.
Dwayne.
So the wolf then, and he just aims down at the wolf, and another bolt of light streaks down and fires out and attacks it.
Nice.
The wolf definitely, as opposed to the previous hit on the zombie, this wolf definitely notices that you've hit it. It's tearing like the remainder of its flesh that's on its shoulders is singed off, and it smells awful. And then you hear, kind of from the site, and Dwayne kind of from behind you. You see Ned and Ted. They haven't moved far from the cart, but they see something weird and scaly and gross attacking Briseis, and they draw bows and shoot at it. Oh, and that guard staff block doesn't have a spear. So we'll just crypt this. They are pretty far away, so they're gonna have disadvantage.
Oh, it's almost a hit, though, I bet.
Yeah, and it looks like you kind of hear, guys, why'd you leave the cart? As one arrow falls a little bit short of this zombie, but the other one, it looks like the Ted was just aiming for this general vicinity, and he got super lucky. And Perez, you see that arrow just thwap into this zombie's head, and he doesn't move at all.
Ooh, Ted, well shot, well shot. Do you hunt?
No. And as that arrow hits into Briseis' zombie, This larger, meatier, fleshier undead disappears into the forest, into the dense woods. Oh, I'm sorry, Felon. Any attacks of opportunity?
No, my attacks of opportunity would not help.
Okay.
Best case, they'll hurt slightly and stop them from running away.
This wolf is very. You can see him. He's kind of flittering between all three of you.
So many tasty targets. Where do you go?
Yeah, but he doesn't have any friends around him. So he's a little bummed out about that. And he's frantically snapping, and he snaps at Felon.
Bring it.
Okay, so it is advantage. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was correct.
No, you weren't supposed to actually do it.
And the wolf has brought it.
It's just like a joke that I say.
It's been brunged.
Okay, strength save. That's not good. I'm real good at those guys. Good enough.
Hey, there you go.
As this wolf snaps at you, Felon, it kind of puts its paws up to try to knock you over. But the leftover damage from Dwayle's firebolt, it doesn't have like the mass to be able to knock you over. And that brings us to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna do my bonus action first. Decide what I do with the rest of my turn. So I'm gonna bring my my spiritual weapon over to this square and then smack that wolf with it. There we go. That's what I like to see.
Nice.
9 force damage.
As you move the book to that square, it kind of looks a little bit like the way Dwayle bumps his flaming spheres into his enemies from what you remember of the last orc attack.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of like just hit bumping into this wolf, the book goes through the wolf, and it goes like through its head and like all the way back in through its spine, and all of its bones kind of fall apart neatly separated.
It's a pretty intense version of like smacking it with a rolled up newspaper.
Perfect. Okay, so then what I'm gonna do with my turn is I'm going to I guess I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself because I'm hurt real bad. For a grand total of 7 healing. And then that is my turn, and that is all that will happen. Because I'm not moving.
Which brings us to Briseus.
She's gonna make sure she's between her friends and that zombie and swing.
Nice.
Ooh, 11 radiant.
As you hit the zombie, what you're expecting to just kind of chunk into its chest, and get stuck in the zombie, and then you pull the sword out. It's how you kill zombies. It just cleaves right through. The sword actually shines brighter while it's inside of that zombie, and he just falls apart in half.
She kind of looks at the sword a second, like, huh. And then we'll take her move to get there.
Okay. This skeleton just keeps poking. Felon is his target, and he's not doing a good job of hitting it.
Yeah.
Cloud?
All right. Well, since things are going to looks like the odds are evening a bit here, and my dodge now wears off. It's my turn. I'm going to do my attack follow-up, unarmed follow-up on the skeleton. Well, my attack on the skeleton, and then the unarmed will depend on what happens afterwards as my bonus action. But 18?
Yeah, that's it.
For 4 points.
This does a good job of staggering that skeleton.
Okay. Well, if it's still standing, I'll follow up with my unarmed. 15.
Yeah, that also connects.
For 6 slashing. And then, or is it still after this?
as you slash at him, his bones kind of just all come together, and it seems like the paw, like the base of your paw, is actually doing more damage than the claws itself.
Fair enough. So he's dropped.
Yeah.
Okay. Then for my move, I will. Now I don't have to worry about disengaging. I'll slide around over to here to try to box this one in with Felon. And that's my turn.
And this zombie is really interested in shoving his body into Felon.
Repeatedly.
Oh, I did it.
And it's still just this kind of stumble. It's kind of like, no.
He's trying to start a mosh pit. It's not really working too well.
Yeah.
Flinging his arms.
Concentration for spiritual hammer or spiritual weapon.
No, I don't think so.
Is that concentration based?
No, I didn't think it was.
Yeah, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
Nifty.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it would bother Felon's concentration if there was any. And Dwell.
So now the zombie then. And look at the two of them they should just hug. Too much.
Yeah, it just goes right past them. It kind of hits the tree in the back. You hear Ned and Ted, "Well, I can't see anything." "Well, I can't either." "Well, how are we supposed to shoot
keep
it?"
shooting.
"Well, I'm gonna go back to the cart." And they clearly don't even want to leave the Doyle. As you glance back, they don't want to even leave the cart out of eyesight.
Oh no, we should stay by the cart. They'll never learn their lesson if we don't.
That guy still wants bacon. Felon.
Fuck you, dude. I'm gonna use my spiritual weapon to try to smack him. I'm not gonna miss, unfortunately.
That hits.
Get fucked, zombie.
Oh, Dwell, yours hits too. I'm sorry.
Wait,
I just assumed that 9s don't hit, but they hit.
Oh, really? Well then. Okay.
You fucked, zombie. 20 damage. How you like that?
That'd be 9 from me and 11 from the book.
Wow.
I think he's pulp now.
He should have min-maxed his AC a little bit more.
Yeah. So Bryce, sorry, Felon, as you hit him with your book, it does make him, like, it makes a bunch of his flesh fall off, and it seems like he's a little bit less limber, but he's still standing.
All right, then I'm gonna sacred flame him. Eat that.
Dance, zombie.
Ha! Take that 3 radiant damage.
So yeah, as you As you hit him with your radiant light, it looks very much like when Briseis swung her sword, and it seems to just be very clean through the zombie and drop him.
Ah, did you see that? I thought for a moment I had missed, but of course I didn't.
Well then. So are we out of combat at the moment?
Where
Does it seem like it is?
can we see where the other zombies do? Or at least
You
The
do
ones
know
that
that
ran?
they went almost exactly this way and almost exactly this way. They seem to be just literally as far away from Felon as they could move.
Just booking it.
Yeah.
well, if no one's gonna stop her, she's gonna go right after one of them.
They're faster than you are.
They've already been going for a couple of turns. Yeah,
Yeah.
it might be worth it to just maybe try to. Well, I don't know. There's only 2 of them that escaped. Also depends on whether or not they're going to try to come back now that all their buddies are down.
If they're undead, they need to be destroyed.
Well,
You can't
yeah,
just
that's
leave
true.
them out there.
Well, I was gonna say if she looks like she's about to go bolting off through the woods, like
She definitely looks like she's about to just go run off.
wait, don't.
So that's Briseis' turn. Like she's getting ready to run off, and your guys are like, "Wait!" And then she stops. So I mean, you guys can figure out what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm hurting. I really don't feel like chasing these things down if they're running away, but I also don't want her to go running off by herself and get like ganged up on either. Kind of feeling like discretion may be the better part of valor at this point. Might want to maybe like at least drag this body back out of the clearing and get back to the wagon. If they come back to us, we can take care of it, but this probably isn't the smartest move for running off in separate directions.
But he was heading in their direction.
What do you mean? Well, because one of them went this. That's the wrong tool. Because one of them went this way, but the other one went this way.
Well, I mean that this person who just died,
Right.
they said that it looks like they were she was crawling towards
They've been
them.
crawling this way, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or but maybe he didn't know they were in there.
Or, that's a good question because I feel like
Is this one going to get up too?
So what are you doing, Cloud?
Nothing, I guess. Probably just like falling back to next to Felon and keeping an eye around the area to make sure that there's no more incoming. I guess taking dodge action as an action if it comes down to it.
So I'd be more than happy to drop us out of initiative.
Okay.
Felon, are you going to share how long that effect lasts?
Yeah, Felon would say they're going to be running for a minute. At which point they'll either return or they won't. I really can't say, but do we want to risk running into the woods and maybe running into something worse?
I was going to say Cloud nursing the sword wound from the skeleton is not too keen on that idea. So if they
Yeah,
come
it's
back,
not
we'll take
good.
care of them if they come back. But I think we need to let this go.
Briseis has a pretty harsh bite wound, but she's like ready to like go off.
If
She's
you
smart enough not to, but she very clearly.
Dwell's just sort of counting down backwards from about 45, which is where he thinks they would be at this point. And he's got a staff, and he's just sort of scanning through the trees. And if he sees anything moves, he shoots it.
fellow
Squirrels
uh,
die.
While this is going on, I'll start checking out the dead body.
first, I'm going to throw quick cure wounds Cloud's way,
Oh, very generous of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and then I'm gonna go over here. I want to see behind this tree where they were hiding. See if there's anything interesting over there. Unfortunately, not. They were just hanging out.
The ground looks a little bit trodden
Mm.
and like a little bit worn down and a little bit dead. But it's not like spreading to other areas. It's not like this tree doesn't look gross. These bushes don't look gross.
All right. Then I guess return to this gentleman and see what his deal is.
Briseis is gonna hang out where she is and just watch to see the other zombies back.
So we have a couple of options here. We can either do this, where we wait a minute and then we see if things show up. Or like I don't know, I don't know what your guys' intentions are. If you guys want to look into this,
I plan to at least look into it a little bit, see what this person's deal is at the very least.
as you take a quick glance at him, he's dressed in peasant clothes, very like ratty, worn pants, worn top.
All right. So
Just looks like a average person who got caught in a bad situation.
yeah.
There's like nothing on them like of any. I'm not rifling his corpse and taking his stuff. I'm just like there's like nothing. There doesn't seem to be anything of any significance like on or around him.
No. I mean, there's a lot of blood.
Right. Well, yeah, that was his at one point, I would assume. But okay, fair enough.
No, looks like a younger gentleman. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know if there's anything else you can learn here. It doesn't really. I don't think we have anything to gain by staying here. I personally say we move on. I don't know how you guys feel, but I don't think we stand to gain much.
Undead don't just accidentally happen.
Right. But I don't have any clues to how they showed up. Unless you have clues to how they showed up. We have no idea how they showed up.
Hey guys, we're done with lunch. Are we back on the road?
Ted?
No, it's Ned.
Excuse me. Ted?
He has trouble
Can
with
it?
names.
I just look at this like we go over like, oh, it's time for lunch. Time for this. This fight happens to go in, plunk a couple arrows in, then go back to lunch. And they're like, okay, we're done now.
We were really hungry.
Do you think?
It's
No,
all
never mind.
of like
I'm gonna call this as about a
12-ish.
minute has passed.
Yeah, that's more than fair.
What do you want to do?
Start, I guess, making my way back towards the. Feeling a little uncomfortable with not being able to give this guy a decent burial, but
Briseis is going to stay here, and she is going to say prayers over this guy at least before going back to cart.
How long are these prayers?
Probably a few minutes. She's not going to do a whole sermon.
and then here comes the horde.
After counting down from 45, count up to 60, and then expect them to arrive after that point. 60 seconds out, 60 seconds back.
Okay, you hit 60 on your second time. You don't see anything.
Oh,
And then I'm assuming you're still ready for another 30 seconds.
yeah. I'm like,
And you don't see anything.
Yeah.
What about squirrels? A nice goose flying overhead. I could use a goose.
Actually, while she's doing that, I want to examine this dude's body just to make sure that the zombies and stuff were what killed him. He didn't get killed by something else, and then happen upon the zombies. Just to be safe. I'm not gonna do a whole thing. I'm just making a check, I suppose.
He's good at the medicine checks.
Hopefully, he's no. See, no, he jinxed me.
Too much
So he
medicine.
has a lot of blood wounds on him for sure. He has
Blood
a lot
wounds.
of different spots where he's bleeding from, or was bleeding from.
All right. Well, I don't know.
Briseis is finished. She'll start heading back to the wagon.
All right. Once it seems like she's finally ready to move on, I'll follow along with.
All right, and I think that'll be a great spot to wrap our session.
Okay.
Deedy doodly.
So if we're heading back onto the wagon and hitting the road again, would we be able to do a short rest?
Well,
While on the wagon, I mean?
I mean, if you're scouting, you won't be able to do a short rest.
I won't be able to for that. In this situation, I'm a little more concerned with not being hurt. So.
But I mean, an hour of uninterrupted, non-walking travel, I would count that as a short rest. That's
All
fine.
right, good. So I need to I'm gonna blow a hit die. One should be enough.
Go two.
So yeah, I'm definitely full now. And I think I should get my key points back for that too.
Yes.
Because it's all of them back on a short rest, not just some of them. Yeah, okay. Yay, back to full. And then after, resting enough to be able to catch my breath and meditate and get back to there, then I'll return to scouting again. I mean, once we get back, I assume, because this is where we're breaking, but yeah.